Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where and when you find this stream. It is Friday. It's day 17,984 of the Karen Read trial. It's Friday, May 24th. Today, I started stream a bit later in the day just to accommodate some life stuff and a friend that is in town. So I've been offline and having some IRL friend time, which was needed, and the timing just conflicted with trial. But I'm not the lawyer in trial, so I got to have a little bit of a life, which I appreciate. Hopefully you all got to sleep in a little bit. And if you did watch the morning stream already, thank you for no spoilers. We're going into the day fresh. We knew which witness was going to be called. We knew that's going to be Brian Higgins from conversation at the end of the court day on Wednesday. There was no court on Thursday. So thank you for being here and for no spoilers and for understanding that sometimes I choose life over trial because for over a decade of my life, I didn't get to make that choice. So thank you for understanding. I really, really appreciate you guys. And it was a needed day. So we're going to jump right into trial. As I said, I've been like life stuff. So I have not seen anything about this testimony. I don't want to know. I want to just be surprised as I have been going into this whole trial. And we're going to just roll. I'm not even going to roll the intro. You guys know. You know who I am. You know what it is. And for those of you asking, can Judge Abby join us? Please, Judge Abby cannot join us. She is here. She is still here hanging out. But her life has changed since she became a judge. And so it is a little bit different, but it's just a little bit different, which makes it hard. But she did say hello to all the law nerds. She is in town for family stuff. So she is right now taking care of her neck because it is fighting with her because she's also in trial and it's physically demanding. Being a judge is more physically demanding than one would think. But that's a conversation for a members only live stream. And maybe we will make that happen. Just a reminder going into today's testimony. I know we were getting into Brian Higgins. It seems that we are at the part of the case that the Commonwealth believes is their motive evidence. We're going to keep getting into motive evidence. A lot of questions with the evidence from Aruba asked about how can they get into this? Isn't this hearsay? How is this allowed? It goes to a hearsay exception, which is motive, lack of mistake, opportunity, that stuff. So it goes to all of that. And that's what the evidence from Aruba was being offered for. We will see how that develops more, if not. But so far, the picture that's been painted of the relationship with the victim and the defendant is that they were out at the waterfall and everything seemed lovely and their relationship seemed great. But if that's not the case, could that give more context to what happened the night of January 29th? Maybe, maybe not. And we're going to find out hopefully today. So with all of that, we are going to get rolling right into court because hear ye, law nerds of the jury. It's time.
Bring the jury.
And we're just going to go to court together. Should I swoop? We should do a swoop. We should swoop. That should happen. And we'll just go to court. Let's roll. That's it. We're just going. I'm excited. You're excited.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Federal Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Florida County of Norfolk. If you are near, give your attendance and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
We've waited long enough that we have closed captioning back. Law nerds, that's a win for today.
2117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin.
We win, law nerds.
Alan Jackson for the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on the Street.
Good morning, Miss Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Read.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Everyone said yes or no.
We're at
Anyone
1.25
also
speed?
able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing
Because we need to,
independent research or investigation in this case.
and because we get
Everyone
to.
said yes or no to the
I feel
floor.
blessed.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here?
The Zoom's going to be amazing today.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly? My apologies.
No, you may not. Must you approach? Denied. Just denied. Just denied. Denied. This is a fairly long approach. That was the defense's. That's the defense's tech professional. And now we are back. If we need to crank the speed a little more, we will. I just don't want us to lose the captioning if we do it too fast. So I love being able to zoom all morning long.
You saw us with the evidence of the court during the case down here. Should you truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
We're definitely going to speed run the morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Andrea. I hope the change in time helped. I was very aggressive in the fast forwarding. I don't know why they don't just put it on the record before the jury comes in.
Anytime
It makes
you're
no
ready, Mr.
sense to
Lally.
me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that
Oh my
property
God.
since approximately 2018.
Okay.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
We know.
And how long have you been doing that?
Do you like dogs?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your appointment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what
We
did
know.
you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long?
That
were
I
you
didn't
lieutenant with
know.
Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with
mass
Cambridge
is
approximately
strong.
15 years.
This is WIT
Now,
43.
at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that? Sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
This group has had a lot of
Do you recall,
loss.
was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County, or did you live somewhere else as well?
Lally, we
For a period
don't
of time, I
care.
rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Do we need to know about his vacation home on the Cape?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th.
Thank you.
Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday, and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that.
I would love to know what happens a day or two before.
Where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And,
New
why were you in
York City.
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes.
including several people from Massachusetts?
Yes.
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
He wants to know who your travel agent
was there a
is.
wake and a funeral?
What
There was a wake in the funeral.
he wants to know what airline
Some
you
people went to the
flew,
wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
aisle or
And
window.
you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Did you have snacks on the
Yes.
plane? Were there snakes on the
And At
plane?
some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
I will.
And why
I'm not
is it
going to
that you're
evaluate
going
his
back on the
voice
28th?
until I
The
slow him
anticipation
down a
of
little.
a blizzard.
And
But-
how did you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back?
How'd
from
you
New
get a
York City to
Dodge Ram
Massachusetts?
pickup as your work car?
Brian Elbit, Kevin Elbit, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who are they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work?
Compound.
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Elbit is a detective with the Canton Police Department.
He knows
Brian
where that's
Elbit was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
Philip, yes, that was
So
a
out of the
case-
group, Eddie
case
Hernandez would be
picante
the person that I knew the
reference.
longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Elbert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin
Oh, you
Elbert
did arson
would be
stuff.
probably the last in the three that I knew.
One of my favorite people of all time that I worked with, non-DA law enforcement, was the arson investigator at one of the departments I worked with. He had been a firefighter before he became law enforcement. He did arson investigation, some fraud investigation, because often they're interconnected.
Canton PD, I had an office
So
there.
lovely.
And how was it that you
Just
that you came to
lovely.
have an office in Canton?
That relationship, it was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I
don't think I've ever seen law enforcement have this much emotion testifying about anything ever. I realize his sister passing is tragic and difficult, but it's very interesting to hear him talk about how that led him to work at Canton PD. It's not what I was expecting at all.
born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there, so it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
No, that's not weird at all.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now,
That's not weird. It's truly not weird at all. It
the
happens
ride back
all
is
the time.
concerned,
I was surprised it
when
was
you,
because of his sister.
Drive from New York City back to Massachusetts. About how long a drive was that?
Here's why I'm commenting on him losing his sister. There's been a lot of loss in all of this testimony. I'm just wondering how that will impact his testimony with John O'Keefe and if they had that in common and where that relationship goes, because it seems that he moved after the loss of his sister. And we know how much John O'Keefe's life changed because of his sister. So I'm interested to see where that goes.
Typically it'd be
But just
I'd say like a
loss.
4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was
You're right, Chad. I shouldn't pause loudly. I
a
should
Boston
just
Police Department
talk over him.
district in Charlestown, where Brian Elbert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe
We
that
don't need
Brian
this.
Elbert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Elbert
don't need everyone's
all,
travel plans.
flew down to New York.
I'm zooming him back up.
And, they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went
They
back
got
to
food.
the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Elbert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Elbert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
Because I was going out drinking.
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Yeah.
Now, as far as vehicles
The amount of drinking and driving.
related to you, whether they be personal or work in
Yikes.
Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times,
Wait, what's
it
your
would
surveillance
sometimes
vehicle?
flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe
Man's got 2 work
what did it
cars
look like? What kind of
and
Jeep
2
it was?
personal
it's a,
cars all parked there.
2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess,
Is
it
it
was
invisible?
probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in 2 formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
Are you
And,
looking for a man in finance?
How often would you have? Was that like a year-round thing, or how often? When
Blue
about
eyes.
would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
6'2".
Inclement weather or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used? As far as what if any use did you put the plow in front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
Were you at the Cape?
And so you go.
But were you
to
at the
hillside,
Cape?
do you know about what time it was that you got there?
Because I think you were in Canton.
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been DOCKET at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
For those of you asking,
And,
he said
about how long was
gray
it
in
after you
color
arrived
for the
that,
Jeep.
Brian Albert arrived.
Shortly thereafter, probably, because he was. I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous. But it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time.
What did you eat? Were there potato skins?
Maybe an hour or so, and
they
then
awesome?
Brian had left before me. I remained. He left.
And if you know about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
I'm not taking
Can you repeat that again?
I'm not taking
Brian
notes on
Albert left
this.
before
I
you,
just
correct?
Yes.
How long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Oh my God, time is a
Maybe
construct.
15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what if any?
Well, that's a
conversations
drink
you
I
had
could get behind.
He had told me
Not
that he
while
was going
driving.
down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly
It's
to the Waterfall?
Friday.
Yes.
It's time for
And if
sass.
you know about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come into the Waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Got to be a high top.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time in January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew? When
How do you feel about
So,
Brian not
it would
admitting
have
that you
been,
guys are close
Brian
friends
Albert, it
until
would have been
cross-examination?
I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter, Chris Albert, his wife, Julie.
Like, how do you define good friends?
There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with that?
Casually,
I sped this
Now-
up, right?
At some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
yes.
And how would you describe sort of
This is
throughout the
sped
entire
up.
evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything
Holly,
like
I'm
that
not
that you
zooming
observed from
because you
anybody
never
present
know
over the course of-
No, it was a good time, and there was a
what
band.
might become important.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up.
But I did
So it was probably closer to midnight.
speed it up.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else, that you were familiar
We
with
still don't
came
know.
into the Waterfall?
I'm surprised.
John
he hasn't
O'Keefe and the
asked name
defendant.
of the band.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed,
And just to be clear for the record.
Did you know
Ms.
her
Reed
before
is welcome
this?
today.
I do.
Could you identify just as where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
He knows
That's
everybody.
to reflect identification.
He's like, we're familiar with all y'all.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And,
or as long as.
and so roughly,
That's
what was
precise,
your understanding as far
which
as
is
the
helpful.
relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time before the end of Patriots game.
So if I could
Who
take
were the
you
Patriots
back,
playing? Did they win?
Let me ask you this: as far as
How many points
how
did
would you
they
describe
score?
your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have
Considered.
occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them? Through
He
their
knew
phone?
they were dating and considered
I had
them
John's
friends.
John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
Weren't you sliding into those
And with
DMs
reference
though?
To those communications,
We
were
know
they
that from
text, were they
opening.
phone calls or various.
Oh, that would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received his contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table? When
At
they
a
came?
high top?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed
If he doesn't
came
say
into,
wicked,
the
I'm gonna be
waterfall,
sad.
What, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And
Yeah,
what,
'cause
if any,
nobody seems to know
observations
what's
did
in
you
it.
make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out
Yes.
where
Karen Reed
Mr.
was
O'Keefe
drinking
and
so
Ms. Reed
much
had been prior to coming to the
that
waterfall?
she brought her drink with her,
Sustained.
which
Are you
doesn't make
familiar with another
any
establishment
sense.
again called C.F. McCarthy?
Yes.
Is that a place that you've been to before?
Oh my
Yes.
God, who
Now, as far
cares?
as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Christ almighty, Lolly.
Well,
Nobody cares.
That it
We
wasn't
know.
from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question.
No!
about that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
Lolly, you already had the bartender from the waterfall on to testify. Stop it.
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the
Why are you
course of
paying
the
such
time
close
that you were at the
attention to her?
waterfall and they were there as well, then you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Is small talk fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversation did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
You
No.
didn't?
Do you recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
At this time, I know we've jumped around a couple days. But
Yeah, you jumped around, Lally. Could you hear the record scratch in Lally's brain? You didn't?
at this time that you're at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th,
'Cause you're
did you have
texting.
Ms. Reed's
Yes, I
contact?
did.
Okay. And at some
And we
point
have them.
over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall what it meant as far as that text message? Or what?
You're texting her while she's at the waterfall with John O'Keefe. You consider them both friends, and you're texting, well? Oh, boy.
Why you had sent that to her?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Was
Now,
it flirty or was it calling her out?
around midnight or so when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening,
Was it,
while you're at
well,
the
why are you
waterfall,
back with
what,
this
if any,
guy?
discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back
Okay.
to Chris Albert's Pizza Shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
Maybe the well being flirty is why this didn't go the way he thinks it's going to go. But I'm also wondering, because we've heard very much about the PDA between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, and I have to wonder if some of that PDA was exaggerated because he was here, and we know there had been prior texts from opening statements between the two of them. So I wonder if Karen Reed was trying to make him react, and I wonder if that's why they were grab-assing at the bar, him and Brian Albert together, because she was there.
And as far as
But well is definitely not
the
flirting.
invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the
Dudes.
table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
We know this.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but
You were
those would
dropping
be the
things in
only
his
other
box.
And are you familiar, at least now,
I
with
couldn't help
the
myself.
address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road. Is
That is correct, yes.
And about
Tracy in the
what
chat
time-
said grown people
around
acting like
midnight or
teenagers.
so when
This whole
you're-
case,
when you're
Tracy.
leaving,
This whole case.
who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
Who left at the
I
same
mean, I think
time?
pretty much
Lolly?
everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever, at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Okay, no one
Now
recalls
you
this
drove
defendant
from
drinking.
The waterfall to Fairview Road, about how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, this.
First person
I
who didn't
remember
say
when I
5.
came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
Why
I
don't you
did.
just let him?
And so, with
answer.
regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway. And then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 70.
We need a photo. Nobody needs a photo of where the mailbox is. I have no mind's eye, and I know where the mailbox is. Like, whoa. So we did a sweep of the driveway to mess with his friend.
I do.
you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
Sorry, may I approach on?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, I'm going to give you a laser pointer and just press that button there. So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have
Tricia,
been
yes.
right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And,
He's like, I wanted to leave when I wanted to leave.
Pointing in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was the closest to the house, so the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you parked along in front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
What?
Okay. Oh, and you can take that down. Thank you.
Okay. How did a
So you
whole
arrive at the
truck full of
house,
people not
you
see
do,
it?
As far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, and then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is
Who let you into the
there, or who,
house?
if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I
Compound.
might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of
Flanked
those
by his friends.
females, did you know them? Did
my
you recognize them?
God.
Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do
The jumping around in time again.
sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes, so I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So we had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come into the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is
The
a
second-
like a
the
breezeway
second
door. I came in
front
through
door.
there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. And I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two, females.
I think flanked
Now,
by
at some
females
point,
is superior to
after
like
your arrival,
flock
who,
of
if anyone
seagulls.
else,
I'm ready
that
for
you're
band
familiar with
names.
came by the house?
I believe it
Flanked
was
by
Jen and Matt
females
McCabe.
You know about how long
can
it
play
was
with,
after you arrived,
you
that
know,
they arrived?
clandestine chemistry.
No, I don't know. I don't think it was much longer. People started, float in at that point.
Flowed? There was like three
And,
people.
Beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I
Primarily?
should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs?
Calls for
of
speculation.
his son in the Marine Corps.
Calls for speculation.
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on
Are we
Fairview
sped
that
up?
evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
I apologize for not going back to
relatively short period of time,
1.25
is that
chat.
It was a short period of time.
That's on me.
I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker, and that's what they had. So I was probably one of.
Sir, they also had White Claw. He's like, how does this house have no Jameson? I mean, that's a fair question. You can't find a beer in my house. Whiskey, yes. Beer, no. Will I need to leave and go get a whiskey at some point? Maybe. He's like, I'm not staying. Y'all only have beer.
the first people to leave.
How do you not have whiskey in the house?
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were
Me
there,
being
did you go
judgy
anywhere
as a
else
whiskey
in
drinker.
the home beyond what you described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
Sleeping.
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house,
Well,
but
then
I think
don't.
somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
If you can't say definitively, then
And
don't.
Not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No,
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
so I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not. No.
And at any point in time,
Every single person says absolutely. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't know if it's just colloquially, that sounded weird when I said it. I don't know if it's just common regionally and appropriately, or if it is just all of them have talked to each other so much that everyone has picked up on the absolutely not. But the absolutelys are clear.
over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed the defendant still
The
there?
time of that text will be helpful.
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall,
'Cause I do think they were
at any
looking
point in
for
time,
him.
Did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was,
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
and do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house.
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to
He
his
said
house
they
for a
were good
graduation party for his
friends.
twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather intimately?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
Did the weather
As far as the
change?
accumulation that you had described before.
I'm kind of bummed he
as
didn't
far
say what
as
was the weather
still seeing
doing, because I'm
blacktop
waiting
and all
for
that
someone
when
to
you
say
left
the
waterfall,
weather was
what it like when you
weathering.
came out of the house?
Again,
Well,
I
that's
think
what
that
I'm
the
waiting
streets
for.
that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was
Yes.
the snow
They're bad
sticking to, or was it
questions.
accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
How much snow on the ground?
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
Then why didn't you go
And,
home?
so when you
Wait,
get to
then why didn't you go home? Why were you at Canton PD at 1:30? You were in your personal vehicle. You had a plow. Why didn't you go home then? I just wanted to go home.
your
Why
Jeep,
didn't
can
you?
you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called the fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
So it wasn't
And
that
the plow
snowy.
that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way
Zero
as far as it
impact.
can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet, and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you
Is
see
this
anything outside of
sped
the
up?
house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
How is this
Now, as
so
far as
slow at
when you get out to your
1.25?
vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall
Really?
whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
Why?
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier.
Because of the
So
snow.
I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle. That's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like say, in front of the police station.
I mean, that's
No.
leading
Now, that path that you took,
Like,
is that the typical path that you would take?
a
sort of
lot.
Park to the back and then cut through the sally port into the station?
Yes. That would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you enter?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to
get the
grab the key
key?
for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through
Okay.
door at the Sally Port, the first door would be
The Sally Port is their
through
large
the booking and the holding area that
garage.
directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway.
believe
Walk
this
down
is
that
around
hallway, hit a set of
1:30.
stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally Port area, that's a
Don't take it back.
garage,
Just
basically,
ask.
correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
Huh?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally Port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get
I
to
was
the
trying
other
to
door.
look at how he was
Where you're
gesturing with
parking
his
and when you
hands so
come
I
into the
could
Sally Port, it's
figure
not
out
like
what
you
he's
then
talking
have to
about.
walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small,
And when you say small, about how far?
about 12 feet maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch. Is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with 2 glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably he was on midnights.
Do you have
Did
any
you say
specific
probably,
recollection of
or do you
seeing him there
remember?
that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD? to
The
West
Jeep?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
Do you also have a Jeep
and
Cherokee?
Do you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 to 2. I'm not 100% positive.
20 to
So
2?
sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m. Is that roughly around?
How did you
Yes.
get home at 1:30 if you were at
And
Canton
when
PD
you,
at 1:30?
Get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
I have questions.
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever.
Why is what did you do when you got home such a hard question to answer? What did you do when you get home? Why does that need exposition? Sir?
A.m. Is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and
What?
either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that occurred?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, or who was calling?
Didn't you have an amorous butt dial earlier in the evening?
With that?
Well, I think first it was Chief
From
Berkowitz,
Higgins?
and then
Brian Albert?
Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm
Why?
like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
So you
So
blow
you
off
answer
the
the phone
chief
from Mr.
and
Albert,
answer
is that
for
correct?
Albert.
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection. I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you
I'm going to put this back to normal speed because I want to see what this phone call was, because we know from the phone records from Brian Albert that there were answered phone calls at like 2:30, whatever.
receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yeah, the day
Yes.
before.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there,
So it's close.
what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
What did you
As far
see?
as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what,
What
if anything,
did you
see
see?
outside of the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to
You're a federal agent though, right, sir? And you got a call that said something. We can guess what it said. And you went over and you don't notice if there's any law enforcement there at all? I was a DA for a long time. I know a lot of cops, sir. I don't believe.
starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
Purple Wolf, this is actually a DUI case. This is actually a DUI case. Karen Reed is charged with driving under the influence, operating a vehicle technically under the influence, and killing someone. That is the second charge on the indictment. So it is in fact a DUI case.
It was real bad.
To help, the conditions, the
and
road
as
conditions
far as
were real
when
bad
you
this morning.
Get to the
Real
house
bad.
at 34 Fairview sometime around 7 a.m. or so. Where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as
How do
other
you not
vehicles there, how
remember?
many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
What?
And when you come into the house,
Here's what I find strange. And I don't know any of you that are in high stress professions. I know a lot of you are in the medical field. We have people who are in law enforcement, people who are law enforcement adjacent, people who have been in the military. We have lots of people who are in high pressure, high stress fields. Once you know that a thing is off, once you know that a call is coming in, once you know that something out of the ordinary is happening, the level of high alert where your brain starts noting what's happening around you is generally a thing. So how is he not making a log of you are showing up into a situation that you now know is a high alert situation? Why do we not know anything on direct? Oh God, Cross is going to be wild. How do you not observe anything? How are you not like, what's going on? What's happening here? Who's parked there? What car is here? Anything that I need to notice? Anything I need to worry about?
who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house?
Getting red.
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
I mean, he's ATF and former
Julie
Army,
Albert,
though.
when she showed up, what, if anything,
In
did
addition
you
to
observe
fire.
her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
A box of
And
donuts.
as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught
And did you know why they were distraught?
because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what,
He
if any,
already said he
impact
got a
that
call
had?
from Brian Albert.
Well,
He already said.
Sustain, you can ask it differently.
He already said he got a call from Brian Albert. Everybody knows it's from Brian Albert. Just keep moving.
When did you
Everybody knows it's from Brian
first
Albert.
learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Just, do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it's
Objection.
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time
The
that you
kind of defeated
arrived
posture before Cross
there,
even starts on the objections
later
is
on that morning, about how long a period of time
foreboding.
were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
I bet that was a
Yes,
juror.
No, I'll allow it.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now,
Aren't you trying to remember things in high stress situations?
again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now,
Yes, we should speed it back up again. Chat, yes, motion granted.
at some point a few days following
so
this,
odd.
did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink, but I wouldn't classify that as socializing,
Were you
more being
ever in-
friendly. But I also,
Excuse me, were you ever in a hot
that
tub?
area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall
More
specifically
reasons
what day it
Proctor
was?
shouldn't have been
No.
involved.
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
Texts, you
And
say.
How did you?
Did you give them
what
your
sort
phone?
Of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the
Copies
format
how?
would be the way to categorize it: screenshots.
And how is
Screenshots.
it that you sort of
You screenshotted all your texts? They didn't just extract them and then seal everything else? No?
generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. What is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the
Yeah, why?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
How did you know how she was involved? Oh, this is February 3rd. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. We don't really have a timeline of when they began to suspect that Karen Reed was a defendant here. So,
Now,
February 3rd, it
with reference
seems he
to
wanted to
either
share
or
them.
both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as
Did you
the
screenshot it?
material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the
Excising?
Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
Did you
And
provide
specifically,
the rest
as
of
you
your
were
call
providing
records?
it to him or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that?
Excuse
very
me.
topic?
I have a question. Can I ask a question? Lally. Did he provide his phone records and call logs? Because apparently you had a call with Brian Albert at like 2:30 in the morning. So isn't that relevant? Because you had discussions with Karen and you had discussions with John. And then there's a call log from Brian Albert. Isn't that also relevant? Just
If you
a
recall.
question.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and
You got
substance,
loud.
he said, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly it is what it is. Everything that was.
I'm sorry, chat. Why are there so many words for your texts haven't been altered? A lot of words for have your text been altered. Like that, a lot of words. Like, why is this sentence so hard? Why is it so hard? Have your text been altered? You got super loud and now you can't find words. Why?
He said, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided
Really?
these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to
wild.
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
You can't
As
say
far
his
as
name.
Intimacy and things.
He didn't have the same reaction to talking about Karen Reed's text as he did talking about John O'Keefe's text, and also couldn't really talk about John O'Keefe's, couldn't say his name during this part. Well, that's
like
why I
that.
slowed this back down.
There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions. How long are we approaching for? He showed the prosecution whatever this stack of papers is.
12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. If you can just look at those.
12 pages long and 56 pages long.
Please familiarize yourself with and look up when you finish.
I'm gonna zoom through this.
So
My apologies. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that?
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
Those are the
And
screenshots.
the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
May I approach you?
Yes,
Almost introduce in a minute.
okay. So we'll do them separately, please. So the first 12-page one.
Oh boy.
Your attention first to what's on the witness.
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's marked as Exhibit 103.
The 12-page document is 103.
The communications, or the text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Oh, nope. The 56-page one is 103. Nope, the
Sir, if I could
12-page one is
turn your
103.
attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe for the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
Why the long pause?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read. I apologize, but
You screenshotted it.
it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, Pell? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
That's leading. Because he sounded real
Now, sir,
nervous
if I
about
could
talking about
direct,
that.
your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to?
Chat, thank you for no spoilers. I know
date
some
that
of
we've
you
been
know what's
talking
in
about
these
as far as
texts.
the
I don't,
28th
and a lot of the chat doesn't.
How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have
that-
been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion,
I mean, what
that
else were you
go over there
plowing,
for the
Higgins?
Patriots
That's
game,
really
prior
what we
to,
want to know, sir.
Had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. Do you want to come by? Things like that, yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch a game?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall?
You went over because Karen asked you to go over. Because when John texted you, you said no, but you went over because Karen asked you to go over.
Like, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs
Fucking
or
hell.
it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
Not a Pats fan?
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you got there?
Well, probably Karen.
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe
The
maybe
wife.
Mr. Curran. Never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then
Okay.
John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you were there?
I'll allow it.
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page.
He is really
Specifically,
struggling.
There's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
He is.
Called to read. I apologize.
I'm trying to figure out why he is so upset without speculating wildly. But keeping in mind that at the beginning of testimony, he already testified about losing his sister.
I would direct your attention to
He's clearly very emotional talking about playing video games with the nephew.
Yes.
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you could indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning, but I'm not sure who was saying that.
And
Well,
what, if any, other
which text was
communication is
coming
there
from
later
you?
on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO?
probably not.
Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit?
Did you rage quit?
And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
the conversation?
it appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the
So you
next,
were hungover as
conversation
fuck.
begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
What?
Yes. And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with three, followed by 3 question marks? Yes. I said, are you coming here?
I'm backing up just for the time of that text because I'm so still confused about the hangover, and Lally's questions do not switch
Yes.
Is
topics.
it your recollection that that was January 29th?
I just want to know what time this text was. Lally, can we?
And the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
12:20.
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is
That's
that
a text
the
to
message
John.
that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with 3, followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before you, never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No
And you never
reply.
saw him after that, correct?
Never again. No.
Can I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
I mean, never again is accurate, but brutal.
And may we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to.
Oh, we're approaching, which means we're gonna zoom because I wonder what other texts they're going to be getting into. Oh, they go to the fan. So we've gotten to the fan as I zoom. This is quite an extended break. It looks like we're now coming back from the break that they took. So
You are unmuted.
we should be getting back into court from the break. That would have, and they're back at approaching. So they approached, it looks like they broke and took the morning break and then approached again. How are we still needing to be at sidebar if we had a break? The jury's coming back in. That's why everybody stood up. Well, ma'am, I have a feeling we're going to learn a lot more about what's going on with these text messages today. So I imagine this is going to be uncomfortable AF for everyone in the courtroom, but we just want to know what's going on. They're still approached. There
Jurors,
we
we
go.
appreciate your patience. We actually made things easier for you. So
Did you? They didn't go to lunch. This is not lunch yet. That was breakfast.
it was worth the time.
That was a morning break. So Yanetti's telling his client what happened at the sidebar and what they're doing. So we're after the morning break. I imagine getting back into a bunch more Brian Higgins text messages. I still am trying to figure out why the
And
prosecution has called
Mr.
this
Lally,
witness.
if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yes, sure.
All right, folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature
So
of the
state of mind, not
relationship
motive.
with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
So that judge's
May I
instruction
approach
about
the
the
witness?
defendant.
Yes.
Presenting for you now a separate series of documents of about 118 pages in length.
Oh, Lally, we can't hear you.
References on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why?
Yes.
103A.
103A.
That's my understanding. I think the others were marked 103.
The other was 103.
John O'Keefe's texts
Were 103.
were 103.
Correct.
So it's 104A.
Why is it an A? Are there there must be a redacted and non-redacted
And jurors, you'll have both
copy.
Exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached
So it's an
or right
edited
with
version.
Exhibit 104.
Okay.
So much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
So what the jury's showing now is 104A.
Mr.
104
Higgins,
will also be an evidence that's not as cleaned up.
First, Your Honor, may I request
I guess.
permission to publish to the jury on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, this is 56 pages. It's
Starting with
stacks
page
of
number 1.
text. And we're going to, I guess, see them. So stacks of text incoming. And again, thank you, chat, for no spoilers. I know some of you know what's coming because this was from the morning
Now,
session
Mr. Higgins,
today.
what's up on the screen
and
is
we
that
are
what you
zooming
have
it.
for you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And
I
as you just
have
mentioned,
immediate
these are text
judgment.
messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first
The weed whacker?
receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially, you
How'd that
received
happen?
a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles would be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
We can see it.
You want me to read it?
Yep.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
It's the weed whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along.
Just
in the
what is getting
exhibit before you.
whacked?
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the weed whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
Yeah, we all want to know.
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
Why?
and how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side
John's house?
using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger.
Fair
So
response.
I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more.
What?
And she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in
She gets
subsequent
mad real
conversations that
fast,
you had,
yeah?
with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
She misread that situation like the situation in Aruba? I was thinking she recognized
They're
him and
not
was
numbered,
like,
right, Mr. Lally?
fuck off for giving me a hard time about weed whacking. That's what I
They're not
thought.
numbered?
That's not what she thought.
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
But she referred to him as her husband again.
They're not, so
She
be
looks
cognizant
pissed.
of that when you ask questions at 18.
Your Honor, I believe they are. That's why I hesitated. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways. If you turn the page.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen.
Yeah, she looks really mad.
And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lido show.
What?
I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks? I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone.
I mean, same.
How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question marks?
She's a talker.
And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
Now, as far as in those
If
communications,
somebody had my
the
personal cell phone and
reference
then
the
gave
defendant
it to
makes
someone
to
else, the
Melissa
level of
Lido
pissed I
show,
would
do you
be.
know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Not Carrie Roberts. There's 2 Carries now. Everyone just has the
Now,
same
if I could direct your
names.
attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9.
I thought you creeped John's phone for my number. Was he happy then? That
And again, sir, if you could read from
she
page 9 as
texted
far as
him?
that conversation goes and just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I'd prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month,
That's always a
19 to
good time.
21st for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
that doesn't sound like a good time.
And as far
What?
as either one of those
Why
trips that
Nashville?
you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or
Somebody
any
got shot in the
going
head
on
and you're
any of
coming to
those
party
trips?
in Nashville.
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Why are you texting your
Now, sir, if I could direct
husband's
your attention
friend that
to
you're always a
page
good time?
16, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that.
This is
And this
going to
is
get
on that
worse,
same
isn't
date
it?
of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker.
What are-
The defendant said, no, you're not a creep. I said, nope. She said, you're kind of a loner, which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
Isn't this your friend's girlfriend, though?
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. And it's coming, if I could have that.
Are we going through all 56 pages? I bet the fuck we are. Here we go. All 56
And again,
pages.
sir,
I
if you
said
could,
loner, not
read from
loser.
Page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your
What
dad
in the
died when
world
you were
is
young.
this?
And I responded, he died in March of 2020.
I'm so not a loser, sir.
I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind?
What?
I responded, lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis.
My dad died recently of cancer. The natural response to that being, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them. What in the fuck is that? Also, how do you know? Also, why are you keeping tabs on this man? This is your man's friend.
How do you know all these things? LOL.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
If I could turn your attention to the next page, page 18.
I know you date girls. Why are you even asking?
And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me.
You're
I said,
funny.
you're funny. Defendant responded, yikes, wow.
Ha ha funny or creepy funny? Do I amuse you funny? What kind of funny do you think this is?
Oh, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Then I said, who chats? ? Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat.
We chat.
I
Who's
responded,
we?
that's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton.
Well,
Spit
what does
it out.
that mean?
Defendant responded, you and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now.
Yeah, locking the doors is shit people
And
take
then
seriously.
I believe it starts to say out of rotation, ?
And then, sir, if I could direct your
What?
attention to page 20.
She's asking if the chick is out of rotation.
And again, sir, if you could.
I just got a Saturday invite to John's.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said,
You're texting John while you're texting his girl to talk about whether you're going over to the house?
I just got a Saturday invite. The defendant said, did you say yes? ? I said, not yet, with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, what did you say, Mr. Elusive? I responded, no, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I'm shy. The defendant responded, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming.
If the next screenshot is of him saying, we like your vibe, I'm going to lose my mind.
Coming to solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, haha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night?
Where are
that's
the
being
pineapple
referenced there?
emojis?
Is that the same night that you
I've got
gone over,
questions.
to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said,
dot is weird.
John said, Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me?
I wasn't paying attention when Lolly asked you how long your work career has been, sir, so I don't really know, but the ha-has are fucking killing me. There's also, you can just tap it on the text and just put the little text bubble. That would work.
The defendant responded no, and then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, "You cranky now?" question mark.
Why the fuck do you care?
Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few? I don't know. All of them. Question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26.
Clearly, I've been married too long when all of our friends are basically married.
And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
in blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said,
Well, now
you
I know why
suck
he was so
in your
nervous.
double
Because, like, this,
trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot.
God.
I responded, are you serious or messing with me? Defendant responded, no, I'm serious.
You're hot?
I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad?
Yes.
How long have you thought that?
Are you in high school?
Defendant responded, are you?
She's in a serious relationship with your friend, and y'all are just planning to hook up. What in the fucking Vanderpump Rules is happening in the middle of this trial right now?
You okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question.
So you'd rather drunk drive to Canton to sleep it off? And she's saying, rather you stay here.
And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
Ugh.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
What are these two
I believe
doing?
it was that night.
Now, at
Girl,
Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening.
what are you doing with these
recall
texts?
How you came into the house?
And she initiated that with the you're hot. And he's like, are you fucking with me? Like, that was her initiating it. And he was like, I'm going to pick this ball up and run with it.
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I want to hear what happens as he's exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night. But also, I really wish the prosecution had done this witness before the Aruba witnesses. Don't you? The context for the bullshit that happened in Aruba is a whole lot different after this. And it seems from the rest of it, this victim took care of everyone that was around him. And meanwhile, she creeps out this dude's phone number and starts texting him. I hate it here.
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him.
This is after
He might have been
Aruba.
in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well,
So this is the day of the game. The day of the game is in January. This would be after they got back from Aruba. So this, yes, Chet, after they got back from Aruba. And then as he's leaving, she kisses him. But what door are you leaving out of? Because isn't there a Ring doorbell? Oh, but isn't there a Ring doorbell?
positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
Because of the Ring doorbell.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way.
And
I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
Both of those have cameras,
And
though.
as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me,
And how did she kiss you?
not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Like a romantic kiss?
that's the way I interpreted it.
Lolly's like, how did she
And
kiss you?
were
And he's like,
still
with
inside the
her
house at the time
face.
that this occurred, or were you outside the house, if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Oh, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the
This is the
exhibit
night-
before you on page number 27.
So his text with John O'Keefe indicate that it was Karen's idea that they all start hitting the Hennessy. And he had a wild hangover the next day and was like, I don't understand how y'all aren't done. Oh, we've
Yes.
fully entered the
Again,
high
sir, if you
school
could read,
Vanderpump
from
rules
that
of it
page,
all.
who's speaking?
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning, ? Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? ? Hello? And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation as far as
What
you
day are
asking
we
her
at?
about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well,
He's like, do you really like
the
me?
extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe, were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out, or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
It's like, she's not into me,
Sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28.
which explains the behavior at the bar and the text at the bar.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29.
So was she thinking their relationship was
If I could
ending
ask you to
too?
read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type.
What, law enforcement?
I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle?
I don't see
I may have
hard
put
in
a
there.
question mark. Then I said,
are you to
what do you
handle?
like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood.
Are you
I said,
12?
yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
Why is it? Okay.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I
He's, like,
responded
yelling.
that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested.
God
Defendant
damn it.
responded, witty.
How does this not say wicked smart? How? All of you are in high school. Just all of you are in high school. Just what in the ever-loving fuck? The prosecution is putting this in to show state of mind. The state of mind might be that the relationship was ending. I don't know if there are other witnesses that are going to say that John intended to break up with Karen, that Karen was breaking up with John. I don't know. Apparently, we're in the middle of the impeachment witnesses, and that's what this is being offered for. But the awkward texting, and then the showing up at the waterfall, and then the large PDA at the waterfall, and then him messing around with Brian Albert all makes much more sense. So no, Jackson and Yannetti, it was not practicing fighting techniques. It was literally peacocking because he was having all of these cringy, flirty, are we going to hook up text messages with Karen Reed? And then she's at the bar draped over John. Oh my God. So we are now in the days leading up to it because these are between January 12th and January 29th. He passes on the 29th. And this is after Aruba. So when he was like, was she weaponizing me against John? Maybe she was. But also, we're adults. Like, if you want to leave your relationship, leave your relationship. But again, it goes to state of mind. It goes to, was everything great in their relationship the way people thought it was at the waterfall? Or was there a lot more to it? And the reason these are coming in is because they are from the defendant flirting with the friend. But also, this I'm not going to get into it. All right, we're going to keep going. But again, chat, and I don't know this, I'm going to speculate. I would imagine that some of what is in these texts has already come out, not before testimony today, in other motions, other hearings, or whatever. Is this part of why John's friends were basically spitting fire at Karen when they were on the stand? This is leading up to John dying. Is this why people are just literally spitting fire at her when they were testifying? Because it gives some context either way to why everybody might be so damn mad.
I responded, yeah.
Aside from the fact that it seemed like John's friends believe that Karen killed John, this also might be a part of it, like a huge part of it, because it's a huge betrayal.
Meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you.
You don't have to beg
I responded, you don't have to beg me.
You
I meant to
said
say
beg.
beg.
Well, did you
Defendant
though?
responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the
Are you at John's is what he's asking.
communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That you wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page.
To come
32.
hang out with her and John. I was basically begging you to come over so I could see you while you were at John's.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are.
This is that
I
same
said,
night after she
I should have
kissed him.
stayed LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court.
I think she wants balls
Defendant
somewhere other than
said,
her court.
what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention
Mom,
to the next page. 33.
Can you pick me up? I hate it here.
Answer.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded,
kids really
don't
are
you
an
have a
issue for
boyfriend?
her.
Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I
Mansfield.
responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
We all feel like that. We all agree.
If I could turn your attention.
Because
to the next
she's either
page,
playing you
34,
or she doesn't want to put it in text. Where are the voice notes in all of this?
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said,
Chat, just so you don't have to ask, and I know you want to. Chat, I like you. I like you very much. You are the best chat on the internet. The only reason I can just get through any of this is because I like you. I like you. Also, if you don't want to be with someone, just break up with them. If being with John and him taking care of his niece and nephew and his godson was all too much, just don't. Just
come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever. When works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first.
Oh my God.
I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded,
Yes, it was some type
me
of
too, balls in your
emoji.
court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
If I could direct your attention to the next page.
I am
35,
so
and
glad
the
I have
last-
been
or
married for
second
so
to last
long.
blue bubble down the bottom, starting with "Are
I-
you glad?" Do you see
Like
that?
literally could never. Wait a second. Why didn't we get to the beginning of those texts? Why did we scroll? Lally, we need the whole context. I'm just pausing it to read. He said, Karen, what do you want? She said, I don't know. What do you want? And he said, you always do. And she said, yeesh, really, why? And then he put a question mark, and then she put a question mark. And then she said, I looked, quote unquote, great. You're full of it. And then he said, I think you're hot. And then he said, always have thought that, just have not revealed my thoughts. Right, because this is your friend's girlfriend. She said, I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Jesus Christ. That's actually kind of funny, though. Maybe this is why the other women aren't a big fan. Low comps. She's like, I'm a Canton 9. It's
The last or
good
second to
God.
last blue bubble.
He said,
down the
knock it
bottom,
off. You're
starting with
hot,
"Are you
period.
glad?" Do
Are
see
you
that?
glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Definitely.
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting
just-
with "Are you glad?"
I don't know if she wanted to have an affair with this dude or not, or if it was revenge for whatever she perceived happened in Aruba, or if it was just pure fishing for attention that she didn't feel that she was getting or whatever. I don't know. But the low comps is actually kind of funny.
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like
Because of the
semicolon,
kiss.
some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36. And if you could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted.
We kissed, right?
We kissed, comma, right? Question mark.
Was she drinking?
So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton?
That's not a smiley face emoji, by the way. That's like the teeth gritted emoji, just like emoji. That's not the smiley face emoji. I'm selling my house? That's new information.
I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Mfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
And sir, if I
Why?
could
She's like, why
direct your
my
attention-
lead? Why my lead? Well, you're the one who started all of this with him. Chat, I've got to take 8. I know we're right in the middle of the spicy text, and I apologize. I've got to take the briefest of second and use the restroom. I'm sorry, chat. I know we're in the middle of 56 pages of spicy text. Well, we'll see if they get spicier, the spicy text. I've got to take the briefest of breaks and say goodbye to Judge Abby and run to the restroom. Chat, give me 3 minutes. Please check yes or no. I promise I will be right back. I will not leave you without music. I'm going to leave you with the vibes. I will be right back. I am so sorry. I promise. We'll leave vibes. We'll leave vibes. We'll leave vibes, and I will be right back. Chat, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will be right back. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Judge Abby says hello and goodbye. And she said, it sounds like things were getting spicy. And I'm like, well, I don't know if they were spicy or cringy, but it's very high school. It's all very high school. So shall we get back to all of these text messages and see what's going on? Also, text messages are just text messages. We'll see what happens with all of this. But for those of you that are like, text messages do not equal murder. No, they don't. Again, a trial is a puzzle, and there are different pieces that they are putting through in the puzzle. And sometimes in that puzzle, it is easy to figure out the puzzle. Sometimes it is not easy to figure out the puzzle. But when the impression that we have of the defendant so far is that everything was great with her and John, she loved the kids, things were awesome, this is different than that. This shows someone who was maybe more frustrated, someone who was maybe upset. This is different. The jury gets to interpret it as to the defendant's state of mind, as to the nature of her relationship. So we will continue to see. Let's get back to court. Thank you all for giving me a moment. I grabbed snacks and, said goodbye to Judge Abby and took a moment. So, and I will see her tomorrow. It will be the weekend, and she's going to be like, what happened with the rest of the text? Because I could hear you yelling. Absolutely could. Let's get back to court, shall we? That's not what I was going to do. We were going to do this. To court.
And the next page.
Also, why is she selling her house? She's saying, I'm basically living in Canton with John. I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house. What's a trick question about the kissing? Are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. I lived here, but I have a property in Mansfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. He says, you started this right. Why did you get my number? And reach out to me, still have not told me. Well, that's where we're at.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page 37 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, sorry, should I not have?
He's just confused.
I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer.
I mean, you and John weren't that
Defendant
good
said,
of
you're
friends
mad
then.
at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot. I responded, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
That's why a lot of these are coming in.
If could
I
direct
was,
your
but things have
attention to the next
deteriorated.
page 38 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark.
He's got a lot of questions.
Defendant
Just pick up the
responded, it
phone.
is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed you are great, with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
But some of this is consistent with what we've heard, right? Some of the conversations with Karen talking about being in the relationship with John, wanting more times with just him, wanting other members of the family to step up. That was the testimony, step up, wanting more time away from the kids, and John leaning into, I am taking care of my niece and nephew. And it seemed to be what they fought about. Look, it's not easy to have kids, and it's not necessarily what Karen signed up for. So this seems consistent with something that was a struggle within their relationship.
Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. I responded, Are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
So
I responded, it does matter.
She apologized in Aruba and said, I misinterpreted the situation, but she did not think that she misinterpreted the situation. She
Now,
thinks
as far
they
as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate?
She looks
Was she
pissed.
seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 41, and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I said, did they bang? Question mark. The defendant responded, does that matter? Question mark.
I mean,
I
kinda.
said, sorry, I was just asking.
It kinda
I was
matters.
just trying to figure shit out. Defendant wrong.
Well, sir, we now know where you're at with the did they bang?
Responded, it doesn't really matter. I said, okay, I won't ask again. Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I said, I
Everybody's
responded back,
12.
okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen.
How
Defendant
is,
responded,
if somebody told you that these text messages were between like 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, you would all be like,
okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? And then I typed thong. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am? Question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive.
How do you know she's kind of getting defensive over text?
Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
You're getting defensive. No,
If I
I'm
could
not.
direct your attention to page 46,
It's the did they bang from adults for me.
ask you to read from
Y'all
that.
are adults.
Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology? Question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded,
I'm
I'm
not.
I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never. Responded by the defendant. What do you want from me? Question mark.
What's on the
I responded, what's on the table? Question mark.
Apparently everything.
Defendant said, what do you want ideally? Question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
Well, clearly defendant is not feeling very optimistic.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 57, sir,
I mean,
and ask you to read from that.
I guess at least she's not texting somebody who's also Boston PD. The level of cop drama.
It starts off in blue. I said, I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape.
What?
Defendant responded, which base down the Cape?
I can go to any base. What are we talking about? Are you talking about banging or real estate?
Which branch? I said, Army. Defendant said, I'm not,
When did the conversation switch to whether or not you were going to the commissary on the base? I'm so confused. When did we switch to talking about military bases?
fully sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was
Where's
just
that
playing with you.
text?
Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please.
Karen, the red flags in this text conversation, just all. Also, the okay, we'll talk about the prosecution when we're done with the text messages. Stop being sensitive. Get on the phone and have a conversation then. But there are missing texts because you called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. Where are the rest of those texts?
Responded, I'm not.
Now, sir, in reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
Oh my God.
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between
Heading to the
two
Cape.
different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60.
Were you buying Reeboks? Were you buying Reeboks at the duty free? I have questions.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms with kind of an emoji. I responded,
Thank you, Rebecca. He called her
more
trouble
than
in the
you
beginning
clearly
text.
need.
I
Are you
forgot.
moving to Canton? Question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why? Question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want? Question mark. Or who? Question
That's a fair
mark.
question.
Defendant
Get on the phone and have a
responded,
chat.
because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page. 61
So
and ask you to
everyone's
read from
happy
that.
when they're drinking?
So it starts off with the defendant.
And
It
then
said,
everyone
everyone is happy at the
He goes, "Oh,
hillside,
God."
exclamation point. I responded, oh God, you avoid things. Defendant responded, it's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of
complicated.
us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read from that, sir.
I feel bad for the kids. So
I
bad
said,
for
I'm
the
divorced
kids.
since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine. or my own sister's.
Oh, boy.
Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? Question mark. Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded,
That's
why
an
don't you
eye
tell me?
roll.
Question mark. Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. I responded, oh God, did they bang?
And ask you to turn to the next.
So, were these texts known before we got into this? Because that might also explain the venom coming from that witness.
Page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue. I said, did they bang? Question mark. Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's. I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded,
Oh, it's just making me mad. The kids lost their mom and their dad. Their uncle's taking care of them. Raising teens is complicated. And I understand that that's not what Karen signed up for. And I get it if she didn't want to stay in that relationship. It makes me really sad that we're here and that the kids have to see this, because it seems like the kids were really close to her. And it gives a lot more context to the alleged comment from Carrie that Karen was a babysitter with benefits.
you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you.
She
The
clearly
defendant
does.
responded, yeah, it's very complicated.
It is.
Sorry for the rant.
It is complicated.
I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
Babe, we're now at babe.
If I could turn your attention to the next page.
You can vent, babe, to a therapist. Might be helpful.
Page 64, ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless.
Yeah, that's probably
I
true.
responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink, question mark. I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable.
You said
I
you were
responded,
around.
I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I really get my way.
Now, as far as her,
I swear if the prosecution tries to make
is that something that occurred
do you get angry when you don't get your way into more than it is, I'm going to lose my mind.
on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, are you single, question mark. I responded, yes. Defendant said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday?
Oh my God.
Question mark, question mark. I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me, question mark. Defendant said, and on vacay and probably a few other occasions. I responded, you didn't.
She said I
It should
asked
say
twice.
you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least
Asked
twice. How do people
No.
usually reach out to each other? Question mark, question mark. I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Question mark. Usually do it when they do live with, usually do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it.
Do not reach
Defendant
out.
responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77.
Yeah.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump.
Your shit. I don't want to
It
pump
should
your
say
shit
your
up too
shit
much.
up too much.
That's
Defendant
fine.
responded,
That's kind, sir. He's like, I don't want to.
Thanks
I don't
for
want you
saying
to,
that.
I don't want to pump you up too much. So I'd go on and on about how great I think you are, but let's not pump your shit up too much.
but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody
What?
throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another emoji.
That's what I've been saying about this whole case. You cops have cameras everywhere. So why haven't we seen the ring footage from when the defendant got home, the 29th, early AM, when the defendant backed out of the driveway to go look for John in the morning? Why haven't we seen any video, if there is any video, from 34 Fairview? I agree with that statement 100%. He has caught cameras everywhere, you cops. So where are the rest of them?
I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's
Oh.
like Christ. Are you guys hooking up?
Oh, so he confronted you because he saw you two on the Ring doorbell. Mm-hmm.
Question mark, question mark. And I started this, I said, OMG, great.
If I could turn your attention to the next.
Christ,
page
are you
78,
guys
sir.
hooking up?
I responded, I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious, with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me.
I know where the
Defendant
cameras are
responded,
anyway. Duh.
I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG.
Excuse me, sir. That's a duh.
Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there, with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up.
I almost
Defendant
puked,
responded,
thinking
it was
John
a
had
peck
seen.
anyway. I kissed Kerry and Gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Wait, the kiss was weak?
Now, as far as
Who?
cameras at Mr.
Who's
O'Keefe's
Jeff?
house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79.
I feel bad for Jeff. Can we exclude Jeff? Jeff, we're sorry that you got dragged into this.
Ask you to read from that, sir.
Oh,
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question
which
mark.
makes it worse.
Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too.
Okay, then maybe we stop with all of the text then. I think he's a good dude.
I responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse it should say the shit out of yourself, because
Sounds
I'm a
like
lot of
she's
fun.
Confusing the shit out of you. Also, you should let
Now,
other
sir,
people
the
tell you
he,
that you're
that
fun.
you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
John O'Keefe.
The excuse might have been weak.
Invite your
True,
attention to
true,
page
chat. The
84.
excuse might have also been weak.
And ask you to read from that page, sir.
I said, it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too.
The victim's brother and sister, you can see just in the background of court trying to see these text messages. I can't imagine sitting in court for them, hearing her vent things that, you know, would never become public unless something happens about their niece and nephew. I just can't imagine.
With a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said,
Who's kicking
OMG,
nuts?
how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's, and then I said, in
What?
quotations, that's fine, but
Reading aloud is hard, sir, but I am now more confused. It was fun. I've complimented you today too, and response, and kicked my nuts in. OMG, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with ellipses. That's fine, but I'm not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. That sounds good. And then he says that's trouble.
I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now
That's
I'm asking
trouble.
again
Why?
with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why? Question mark.
Because you're dating someone he's friendly
If I could
with.
direct your attention to
You're
page
in a
90.
relationship. That's why it's trouble. You're dating someone.
Ask you to read from that, sir.
9-0.
9-0, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun.
No, that's not you in capital letters. That's you said you were adaptable and a lot of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Sir, where is your inflection?
that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance.
This is fucking exhausting.
So you think I would just give it?
You think I would just give it up to you?
Defendant responded, I have been.
I'm exhausted.
I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset.
Carpe diem.
And then said, been through.
She said, I've been through a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem
And if I could direct you
mindset.
to the next page, 91, sir.
I mean,
Defendant said, what am I avoiding? Question mark.
What would seize the dick be? It's not carpe diem. There has to be something else. Carpe, I don't, carpe dick. That seems to be what's going on here, sir. I'm exhausted by the back.
I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded some of my questions.
Yeah, she's
Defendant
definitely not been
responded, okay,
asking.
which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for
Jesus
kids.
Christ.
Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir? Question mark. Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
Chad, thank you for coming up with the
And if I could direct your
responses
attention to page 99.
for what it would be. We definitely do need Ben Rottenborn to read these texts. At least Lally isn't reading the text. I just, again, I don't know if this is them having lots of talk that is not really them hooking up, but it just, all of the juvenileness of it all is exhausting.
That's sir.
I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and you.
Defendant
and things are
said
far from
none of that
perfect.
is true! Exclamation point.
That's why this is part of why these texts are coming in. I'm not talking to any other guys. I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you, and neither is John. So that's part of when these texts are coming in for her state of mind as to the nature of their relationship. And her state of mind as to the nature of the relationship is things aren't perfect. I'm kind of done, it seems. And you guys aren't really friends. You just go to the same bar.
I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, ? What do you want from me, ? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you, sir. If I could now direct you to page 102 and ask you to read from that.
This is exhausting. Also, a number of you in the chat are pointing out if Karen thought John was single, why was she so mad about Aruba? It is a fair point. I don't think she sees John as single. I think she's saying that as we're not married.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, ? Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded,
No. If you're in a relationship with someone, even if you're not married, if you're in a relationship with someone, no, you don't just assume they're cool with you hooking up with other people. That feels like it's more of a conversation.
okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me? ?
I'm exhausted for all
If
of
I could direct
this.
your attention to page 107.
Well, we know the ATF is not going to be calling him the Rizzler.
Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, at a bar, ? I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said, probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a ? I then said, what do you drink? ? Are you out now? ? Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having.
He didn't ask you to drink what he's having.
I responded,
He asked you to drink
haha,
what you're
send me a
having.
pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the
I'm going to
defendant had
start
come
with the lyrics
over your
to
house,
before he cheats in a
West
minute.
Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
Because Karen, do you really
The
drink
pages
whiskey?
You just read as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves?
Like, do you really
from
drink
friends
whiskey,
out in Boston?
Karen?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
Lolly is one step away from asking, did you bang? He's just What, if anything, did you bang? What did you sort of, if anything, kind of, sort of? Oh my God.
It was kind of more of this. It was
Banter?
it was a kind of a, wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of the relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you've described occurring as she walked you out?
Oh, there we go. There's Lolly asking the question.
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to at my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and
Then stop
it's just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe.
Then
That's the
stop
best I can describe it.
If the vibes are off, stop
And
texting.
lastly, sir, lastly, as it applies to this.
Chat,
turning
you're
your attention to
flawless.
the
Your
last
vibes
page
are
from the
100%. I think he likes the attention too. I think both of them appreciated the
And,
attention from
there's
each
a couple
other.
different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
Chat, there are
There
so
is.
many good comments. I just can't
I'd
pull
like to
them all
ask
up.
you to start reading from, excuse me.
Replay crew, for any of you watching, just go look at the live chat. The live chat is fire. They are wise. I don't. This is exhausting.
Where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Oh, now there's dates.
Defendant, so it was Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m. Defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all
I
set.
don't think I've ever seen that emoji with the arrows that go both ways. I don't hate using that in that context. Stranger, hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Phone works both ways. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. The hms are exhausting. You sure? Well? And there, what in the fucking hell? So this is Saturday, January 23rd, and then Friday, 1:32 p.m., well, while they're at the hillside, and then Saturday at 11:54 a.m., John died. Oh,
That question mark. Defendant
That's a
said,
lot.
with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well,
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
yes.
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
yep.
Yes.
And who is speaking in that communication?
Her.
And what is said?
Lolly, we all know.
That is the defendant. And the defendant said, John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
What do
Did
you
have any other
respond to that?
communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I
Oh.
have not.
He already knew, because this is after all the calls with Higgins. Like, he already knew John was dead, but the not responding is kind of freaking wild. You don't even respond. I heard. So, how are you? Nothing?
That is the defendant. And the defendant said, John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No,
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that?
No,
text
what
message
happened?
on January 29th?
No, I'm sorry.
no, I have not.
No further communication since then. Not a what happened? Who doesn't ask what happened? Why
So if
are,
I could,
why aren't you asking what happened, or saying I heard, or saying I'm sorry, or saying I know things were complicated, but this blows? Nothing? That's weird.
a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview. If I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, you recall that?
Yeah, because
I
there
do.
wasn't that much snow, Lally.
How much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is. Yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away,
Yes.
well, I might have been in the. I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so more what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of a. I mean, it's a one-lane street, so to
I
speak, and
pulled away
nobody
from the
was coming
curb.
towards me, so
Pulled away from the
just
curb.
pulled out into the middle, into the street, drove away.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is so strange. It's I guess we're almost at the end of direct.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute.
I have a
Overhead, so I'll
lot of
before we begin.
questions.
Jurors,
I have further questions.
Feel free to stand up and speak.
I have further questions. I have a lot of further questions. I imagine we're going to get to them on cross, which is what we're going to be doing now. Miguelina, if you want to let our amazing app crew know that we're going to be getting to cross. To all of you that said you came from Runkle, thank you so much. I know Runkle was like, hey, if nobody's streaming this morning, I'll stream this morning, which is amazing. I hope you guys enjoyed his coverage, and then he gets to sleep some tonight because he's not covering trial until the middle of the night. So let's see what the court does next. I think they're going to start
Mr.
cross.
Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry,
Who
Miss-
did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I?
His lawyer? Is it his lawyer? Can I guess? Can we just guess? Because those texts are, ugh. His lawyer? Let me guess it's his lawyer.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide
Oh, that's a
investigation?
speculation.
Objection, Your Honor.
sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting.
Did he say plow? Oh, he's talking. Did I slow this down? No, this is slow. Jackson talks fast. The court reporters are going to love this.
With
Who did you meet here?
an attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you
That's
for your
objectionable.
testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Oh,
Sustained.
trial.
You
Sorry, he
brought
said
your
our
attorney
trial.
with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
Some poor dude
I don't
in the
know. He might be in the
courtroom.
court.
Some poor person in the courtroom was like, it's not fucking me. It's not me.
Attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake.
I waited
Where's your attorney?
for Jackson to be like, who the fuck
I
are
don't
you?
know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay, without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many
was you.
conversations have you had with Mr. Lowry?
We talked about you,
your testimony,
Alan.
Your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today.
1.
When was that?
I believe that.
That was on Monday.
I believe
How
that.
long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
Did Tully take over?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
He's not very observant.
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Oh, I believe so.
What is
Was
it?
that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
The defense attorneys look deeply confused. The defense attorneys look deeply confused. They all look confused. They're like, you handed mail over? It's about this case. They are probably approaching to figure out if it's regarding the federal investigation or this investigation. Oh boy. For all of you just joining us for cross-examination, you're welcome. Thank you for no spoilers. For those of you telling me to grab snacks, I have pretzels and cookies. At some point, if need be, I might stop and go grab a whiskey because, well, we might need to. Also, I do enjoy
Other than
having
that
a
piece of
whiskey.
mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph
recalled?
of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was
Oh, Alan. What about those photos you just went over extensively? The screenshots?
advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you've just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stacks, said they were the text messages.
Stacks of
They were in a different
texts.
format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
Stacks of texts.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Well, that makes sense
But
why he
to
and
be
Brian
clear,
Albert
you
know
were a
each other
federal
from
officer,
fugitive work.
not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this
That's what
office
he
as a
said.
courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain,
You did
yes
on
or no?
direct.
Was it provided as a courtesy?
Yes.
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific.
We're going to do this then. You said on direct it was provided as a courtesy after your sister died because you are friends with the chief. And so now we've gotten to working partner. Dude, you're like 3 seconds into cross and we're doing this?
Question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes,
In June of 2023, right?
yes.
Good
And you
God.
explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy,
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there,
So
you
wouldn't that
also
be-
had a key card access, correct?
I did to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a
Wouldn't
proxy
it be
card?
I think it's called,
courtesy.
I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a
Born out of a terrible
physical
tragedy.
office
So
and
like a
full access to
courtesy.
Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give
Yes.
you for having that office there, correct?
And he had key
No, I
cards.
wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes.
Yeah,
How'd you know what
to the Canton Police Department.
Excuse me. How'd you know what you didn't have access to? Were you told?
Yes,
You could go in and out of the Sallyport.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes.
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And then you could go out to the Sallyport, into the Sallyport, across that garage, those 2 bay doors at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
You'd had that office for what? Back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018. Okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
So, maybe close to 4 years.
That's a long time.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022.
Great.
By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A special agent. Yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is he on administrative leave?
Is that something you're free to discuss?
Is he on administrative leave? Chat!
Foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A special agent. Yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay,
He's
what
on
does that
leave.
mean?
He's on administrative leave.
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
He's assigned to
was I
operations.
taken out of the field?
He's
Yes.
on
You're no longer in
admin
the
leave.
field.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want
Yeah,
to turn
he's
your
on
attention
leave.
now to January 28, 29 of 2022.
Yeah,
You
if he's
recall those
assigned to
dates?
operations,
I do.
he's on
You've
leave.
been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service. Yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial. You separate the two.
So, well, the wake would be the
Yes.
night before funeral. I call them the services. It
All right.
wasn't a memorial.
Different.
Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez. Is
No,
that
they
right?
went back together.
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday.
What the fucking cross-examination is happening here? I'm spitting. That's not even helpful. You said on direct that you were very good friends. Very good friends. And now it's like, well, I can't speak for anybody else. He's literally asking you the same question you were asked on direct. This is not your first rodeo. Oh my God.
Parties, for instance,
Yes.
go to some of the same events.
Ian, good to see you.
Whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
I mean, you can
Retirement
always
parties. Yes. Things
Might,
like that.
You can always
might
replay
meet
crew.
up at a bar and have a social drink together.
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
Yeah.
Could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so
I
my
mean-
question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
There's quite a few
you know-
cops. No, he knows the entire department. It's a small department. He knows all of them.
Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and worked with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the
I mean,
fabric of that
Alan, you know
community
how
in
they
Canton.
roll.
Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with
Yeah.
people. Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
So
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
is there video of the
Did you
toast?
say that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
Is there video of the toast? Is there video of the toast?
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that
Is there video of that? I'm gonna need there to be. I'm gonna need to see how that impeachment rolls. I've got questions.
some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
You know,
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
yeah.
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Sir,
Break
nobody
bread
believes
together,
it's
have
not
meals
frequent at
together.
this point.
Absolutely had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes,
Could you rephrase it?
sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you
frequent-
socialized with Brian
a
Albert,
lot.
correct?
So
Regularly.
we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay, so my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting.
Frequently.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it.
Let me ask the questions. We're
You also
friends.
know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with,
The other guy.
Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez,
Objection,
before you
Your
ever
Honor.
knew.
Let him finish the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
That's what he said.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your Honor.
Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Is there
Have you
a
ever been at
foundation?
an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
Their Vegas
Christmas,
time.
5 years or so before 2022.
Okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay.
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so
Did he say that?
is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll
Did
see
you
you at
say
sidebar.
that? Did you say that though? This is getting into the reputation of a witness, which is not on trial here, and beyond the field of what you're allowed to do, which is why the judge wants to see everybody at sidebar. Alan knows that it's beyond the field. I'm sure it's already come up at sidebar, but now everybody wants to know. And again, the shit's out of the horse. The formal interview, the chat's asking, is that a federal proffer? If he gave a federal proffer, that could be a federal proffer. That's why it's called a formal interview, not a grand jury proceeding. But you can't go to character in this way on that witness. He didn't get into it with Brian Albert. He could have asked Brian Albert about it, but he didn't. So this is a long sidebar. Hold on, let's see if we can zoom. It's hard when we're
You've worked in the same physical Albert.
far behind on the stream.
You're also-
Okay, Alan, hold on. We're trying to get back from the sidebar properly. All right. Is it just wow.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
I mean,
And it's
it
fair
is
to say
different.
that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out
I
to
have.
bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
Yes.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
I think
On
that's
January
fair.
28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet
Is
up
it
with Brian
magical?
Albert for
How
drinks,
does it
correct?
disappear?
I did.
You said you drank.
For those of you asking what a proffer is, I saw a number of you asking, thank you, Fire and Ice, for the red question mark in front because it caught my eye. I had seen the word go by, but thank you for that. For those asking what a federal proffer is a formal sit down with the feds about what you know. That proffer can be in connection with a plea deal. That proffer can be in connection with a number of things. I don't want to speculate because I don't know the situation here. That can be preparing for testimony. Normally, your lawyer is there. It is a very formal and specific process, but it can be a tell us everything you know, and we will see if we are going to look at you or not look at you. So when I covered the Keefe D case, we talked about Keefe D's proffer with the feds about drug stuff way before he was arrested on the murder of Tupac. There are other cases where people have been proffered and it ends up, the proffer leads to either a plea agreement or a cooperation. We'll see if there's more that we learn about that, but a formal interview vis-a-vis a grand jury is different than just a police interview. So formal interview is interesting. So we'll see what happens.
3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside. Is that right?
No, Alan, they were Jameson and Ginger. I'm going to back up a little bit as we're getting into what everybody was drinking.
It's fair to say,
except for the defendant, we
that
don't know
you
if the defendant
Albert
was drinking
family relatively
at
well.
all. Like, there's no evidence about
I would
what,
say that
if
I
anything,
know
the defendant was
Brian
drinking.
and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside. Is that right?
It'd be Jameson and Ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and Ginger. Jameson
going,
is
Emily.
Irish whiskey,
It is.
and Ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
I should have
No, I
waited.
don't.
He was drinking
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay. Alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you, finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was
Y'all
probably
were
maybe he
drinking.
had more beers than I had Jamesons. Is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
He said it could have been.
Maybe. He wasn't
He said
there
it
that
could've
long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
It depends.
Is that a question?
Beer makes you
Everything I say up
bloaty.
here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume.
Oh, fucking
All
hell.
right. So
And away we go with the pissing match that is going to be cross-examination, apparently.
more than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it?
I mean, it
If
does. It
you're
makes your
sort
tummy
of thirsty
bloaty.
and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well,
that.
all right. So
Well, that wasn't. So
Let's.
I should have waited.
Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had
Well,
those
that
3 to
wasn't-
4 Jameson
Ooh,
and
she's
Gingers.
over his
To be honest
sass.
with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He
Wow.
left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking, and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day. And I decided to
To
join
show
them.
up. Right.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes, he did.
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did. Yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I describe it as more than friends. It was a
Jesus
kiss.
Christ.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
Are we getting into whether or not there was tongue in this trial right now? Are you, I really don't want to fucking do this. I really don't want to do, I would like to be excluded from this.
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
Figure of speech.
They were getting their stories straight, Alan.
Or
They
the
were
truth,
getting their stories
right?
straight.
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After
Could
that
you-
incident,
Would you call them
yes, after the
flirtatious?
Patriots game.
Okay.
They were kind of
You
confused.
exchanged flirtatious texts
We did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
essentially,
weren't,
you've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
He
The
did.
last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well.
Last
Yep.
flirtatious text
Right.
is what he's
text
trying
of
to say.
substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd.
The last
Did-
flirtatious text.
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
Yes, I agree. We looked at the text.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
I imagine that the defense is going to go
Yes.
with she ghosted him because she and John had reconciled, or she decided that she was no longer mad, or whatever.
Thank you.
Alan's like, here is a stack and stack and stack of texts.
Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to
Also, Chad, I'm going to text Dr. B later and tell him that his text game is not the worst that I've ever seen. But we started dating before either of us had cell phones, so I can't blame him.
the last page, just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
The
Yes, it'd be the
seems to a
23rd at
go-to.
9:40.
Okay?
Yes.
The definitely seems to be a go-to.
So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
A very flirtatious 9 days.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another,
Do you mean intimate?
He
When you
means
say physical?
correct?
Yes.
I'm not talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to
You
answer
said physical.
your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Miss Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
You didn't
Um,
bang? Come on, Alan.
And when she
Just
said,
Alan, you know you want to. You know you want. He knows he wants to. It would be shady as fuck. But you know he wants to be like, you know he wants to say you didn't bang. You know he does.
I'm glad you came over tonight in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago. She was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
She did say she was
It
upset.
was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, I don't care too much about that other girl, right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what
He's
she
not
said in
asking
text,
you
Mr.
to
Higgins?
read
It's
her
not a trick
mind,
question.
sir.
That's what she said in text.
Right.
Oh, you don't believe her?
She said something along the lines of, I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect. Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her.
Yes, he
not?
was.
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, why won't you answer the question? And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
That seems to be what was happening.
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking
He's
you whether or not
asking
she would
about
answer your
her,
question
not you.
about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, why did you get my number and reach out? That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, now what?
I don't know what y'all think of Brian Higgins, and I don't know what happens at the end of this cross-examination, and I don't know what is yet to come because I have stayed away from this case except for what is happening in court. But I would like to think we could all agree that this would be the most fucking awkward situation to be in, is being cross-examined about your awkward texts. It's just so uncomfortable. It's just so uncomfortable. And have it streamed for everyone to watch that you were just, oh boy.
Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, so now what, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
You texted, I would hang out, meaning with you.
He wasn't
Yes.
going to
Correct?
push
You were
it.
showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you
Sir,
weren't you weren't seeing
come
if
on
she wanted to
now.
go see a
You were down. You were down and you wanted her to say that she was down because you weren't going to push it. You were down. Come on now. You're not going to make this better and we're not going to believe you. Could you just say, I was down. I didn't know if she was down. She was dating someone else. And I was nervous.
a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
God.
Sending somebody flowers?
He's like, we hadn't banged. I don't know if I wanted to be romantic or not, Alan. I didn't want to get involved unless she wanted to get involved. He's like, I wasn't going there, but if she was going there, I would go there.
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean,
Oh,
it's
he
kind
wanted
of
to
hard to
bang.
date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins.
Right.
Well, not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client.
It
Is there a
wasn't
reason for that?
romantic.
I
It
was attracted to her.
Intimate.
Right. Physically attracted.
Yeah.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
I mean, yes, it,
So
yes, it
the
would.
objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it to.
Oh no, it would put you in a really bad. Wanting a romantic relationship would put you in a very bad conversation at the murder trial. It definitely puts you in a bad spot.
Differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
There was
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Okay? Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said, you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
he did not say I
And the
have other
real
uses
deal
for
with
your
you
throat though.
would be to date her, to get involved with her, romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by
I
want
don't
the real
believe
deal?
that for a
Like
second.
a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Right. And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If
The chat
I'd like
remembers
to
it
see
better
what
than
you're
you
referring
do.
to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
he wants to make sure Jackson's not putting words in his mouth, which is fair, but everybody kind of sees it. So you're starting to sound a bit like Jen McCabe, where you're like, well, if you could show it to me. Well, if you could show it to me. He doesn't want to show it to you. He's asking.
You were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well,
Okay.
right? Did you text something like, now what?
Well, where are the rest of the
and she
portions?
responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know.
That's probably
Right?
true.
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a
Oh my
joint thing.
God.
When you texted, you want the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
Yeah,
did,
she
yes.
did.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John.
She sounded
No, not at all.
frustrated with the
But in fact, she
relationship.
texted more, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
She was frustrated.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
Oh, fuck.
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You had been moving through this mindset of exploring a
Mindset?
romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, and just like that, it was done. Right?
Is he?
No.
He's going to try to insinuate this witness was pissed because he got ghosted, but this witness was trying to spin it as if from the beginning he was suspicious, and the text seemed to bear out from the beginning he was suspicious about her interest in him, for sure. But he's going to try to say, and you were mad that she ghosted you, right? And that's the well. But I love that he's just like straight up, like, you know what ghosted means, right? Good God.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry,
that.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry. The judge has tried to curb the defense's editorializing and non-questioning commentary, it seems, because she said that's what we talked about.
You know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry, Your
that.
Honor. After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd,
It's too much
she'd been
from
texting back
Jackson.
and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, the 25th, the 26th, the 27th, the 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
She did respond.
right.
Right. that's a fair parsing. Some of the parsing of this witness is annoying as everything, but some of this parsing is, no, she did not respond to any of my texts. That's unfair. She responded to just not that text.
Why don't we take our lunch and recess, folks?
Oh, why don't we take our lunch? How do you know if you're doing it sporadically?
45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today. And also, you don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll go to 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock if that works.
Oh, they're
for you.
trying to
Doesn't
finish this
work
witness
for any
today.
one of you.
They're trying to finish this witness today.
Jury is leaving your notebooks on your chairs. All
Jury
right,
out.
Molly, jury out.
All right. Let's go to lunch. I'm going to zoom past the OnlyFan to get us back from the lunch break. And it looks like after the lunch break, we are going to be treated to many more text messages. All right, let's take a swoop for the lunch break real quick. Hopefully you guys have snacks. At some point, I might need to go grab more of them.
Right? Can we have Mr. Higgins, please?
Mr. Higgins, please.
Mr. Higgins, please. I just wanted to be dramatic. This.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Higgins,
This is so
before we broke
wild.
for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Ms. Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact,
They
you
lagged.
reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
I didn't see that.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs the.
I'm sorry. I was thinking that was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Have just a second.
The world's cringiest text
Maybe
exchange.
that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. With board permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
And at the very top, could you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Ha ha, stranger.
And then what was the response
The
from Ms. Reed?
ha-has
Hey,
are-
I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond at that point?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you
I've
text
never even
after
seen that emoji
I
before.
just said, thought you were all set.
I'm going to start using it.
And how did she respond?
She said, with talking? No.
Thought you were all set reads to me as thought you guys made up, or thought you're back to whatever you're doing, or thought we're done here. Thought you were all set.
That's all I have for that.
Okay.
All set with
Back
talking?
up. So
The
clearly
hms,
with that last
and
text,
ha-has are killing
her
me.
response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no. Correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
Trisha
I
said
said,
that emoji is not
you
available
sure?
on YouTube, at least.
And did she respond?
We might need a both ways emoji.
No.
Fred,
As a
leave
matter
my
of
purse
fact-
alone. Cat.
The next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, going into the early
On
morning
the
of
arm
the
of John
29th,
O'Keefe.
with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can
I
use that word,
I had put
that
things
you
on
had with
Fred's
Miss Reed with your
seat.
friends, at least some of them, correct?
There you go, buddy.
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after
What?
I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with...
That was the first time.
What? Oh, y'all found the both ways emoji. All of y'all. He shared this with a what? Cat, you are distracting me from the moments that I don't even understand that are happening right now. What?
John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
Oh, boy.
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
What?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that
Why?
was with
That was the first time.
that was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
I mean, are you friends
No,
with your boss?
what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Why?
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Why?
Never.
No.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up,
No.
even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You'd been drinking.
I want to know if he's friends with the female supervisor, because I'm imagining he went to the female supervisor and was like, bro, I'm confused. She kissed me and these are the texts. Can you, I can't read the situation. I wonder if that's why he was not talking about it with the guys in the car and was talking about it with his supervisor at work. I just wonder if his work supervisor is also a friend, and maybe the friend he can ask. I'm just curious about that. But
Since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 20.
yeah, where in time
28th.
are we right now?
When you got back from New York, when did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. It was after the hillside.
Obviously.
Did before Brian Albert left Hillside,
Fred,
did
did you
he
move
tell
my
you that
chapstick?
John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the waterfall?
Oh.
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that
Oh.
it was because
You wanted to see Karen.
I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day.
The Irish exit or Irish goodbye means that you leave abruptly. It doesn't mean that you never go. Those are not the same, sir. Why are you confused?
That I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the waterfall?
I don't recall.
Oh, I want to see if there's text. Are there texts? If there's
He
text, I want
told
to
me
see 'em.
about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the waterfall or who was expected to come to the waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, You've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great.
The
Band was
vibes-
playing.
The
You
vibes
did
were
not
good.
see any sort of tension between John and Karen.
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated.
No.
You had had several drinks before you even got to the waterfall, right?
And drove there.
I think it was 3 to 4.
And
Did you
drove there.
drink additionally at the waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately, you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove
The Jeep,
over to
yes.
the waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall.
I'm sorry.
I was at the waterfall.
Left the waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
And
But
pulled
she did
something
not
out of her
greet you, did
coat.
she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing when she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you.
She wasn't
I
happy
didn't
to
have
see
any
you.
interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening,
That's
when
why
she
you
was
texted her.
sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello.
She
shook your
nothinged
hand,
you.
Gave you a hug.
She
Well,
nothing.
just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
She nothing.
Hug? What was the other
She
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug.
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore
Jesus.
you?
She was
What's her
work.
interaction with you?
Can I answer now?
Sure.
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
And you weren't
Right.
one of them.
The one person she didn't come over to talk
Was
to
you.
and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to. Yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way. No.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night. No. I don't
Let's
know.
go to the
You?
tape,
That she
Alan.
ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a
Sir?
text that said, with 6 M's
I don't think
behind
that's a
it.
flirtatious
And-
text.
Well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just
No.
well, like a well in the ground.
It wasn't, it was, well, y'all are good now. That's what it was. It was a, y'all are good now. Y'all are good now. That's that. Okay.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant,
Shit.
well, when are you going to pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
I think he meant, well,
why
y'all are
you
back
ignoring
together.
me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
I think it's more, well, so y'all are good now.
At the end of the night, the group basically
But-
discussed going back to Brian
Yeah,
Albert's
or,
house. Is that
well,
right?
what the fuck? Yep.
There was discussion at the table of, like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Yeah, it wasn't
you
flirting.
left,
It was,
just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too.
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at
sir, let me help you. You're still being ignored, right? That's what
Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay.
For those of you in
She
the
didn't
chat,
respond.
that's
That
wasn't
exactly
my
what the
question.
wrestling was about.
The question is she ignored the text, correct?
Well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text
Oh,
Or she didn't see it. I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
did you send the text before or after you started grab-assing with Brian Albert?
So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
You were ready to GFO from the waterfall?
The first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
He was like,
if you're the,
out,
if
let's get
everybody's
out.
hurting out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give.
Is the defense going to argue later that they saw the Jeep, even though nobody else did, and that's why they decided not to go in? And they got in a fight in Karen's car? Or is the state going to argue that they got in a fight in Karen's car about Higgins being there because John, it seemed, had confronted her about whether she and Higgins were hooking up because he had seen them on the ring cam? And is the defense going to say, so you guys got there, Karen ignored you all night, saw your Jeep and was like, I'm not going in. If this dude's there, I'm not doing this at somebody's house. It's late. Y'all have been drinking. I'm the fuck out. I'm out. I'm not going in. I have so many questions.
John a big hug or anything like that? An acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
Because I wouldn't want to go
That's
into
what
a
everybody
house.
was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too. Correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation.
Were you hoping
And
she would be there?
I planned on heading over there.
And were
But
you hoping
did
she
not
would be
know
there?
who else was coming.
I had no idea who was
And were
coming.
you hoping
didn't
she would
say
be there?
goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
At
At
2:20?
2:20?
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the
He wanted
waterfall
to
and made
know
your way over to 34
If she was going to
Fairview,
be there.
you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come
No,
to
because
34
Karen left him on red.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
He didn't text Karen because she didn't respond to the last text. So he's texting John to see if they're going to be there because if we filter this through the lens of adults acting like they're in high school, he's texting John to try to figure out if John and Karen are going to be there because he wants to see her.
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
Okay.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
I don't even know what that means.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
He did say that.
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final
How did no
time
one
so that
see?
it's completely
How did
clear.
no one see your Jeep?
Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in Exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Do you see the mailbox, which is about right there?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep where your laser pointer is. It
Oh
would be the
my
front
God.
So
Your
the front
Jeep
of the
would have
Jeep
been
is
parked
facing
there.
the flagpole.
towards Chapman Street, correct.
And the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay.
The rear of the Jeep wasn't blocking the driveway. Somebody get Yannetti a snack or some candy.
You indicated the plow was a 6 foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6'8",
foot,
meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
I can't.
How deep?
It's
Like-
Friday.
2 foot, 3 feet,
Stop
6
it!
inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Stop asking the man
it's
how
light
deep
duty.
he
It's on a
plows.
Jeep.
Okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate.
He
to me.
doesn't
How is
understand
the
either,
plow
sir.
positioned?
The man is not attaching a plow to any car ever. He doesn't know what he's asking you either.
As it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not going to have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep the plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How
it
was your
canted
plow,
that night? Was it
sir?
straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that
Back to
area with
flanked
your
by
back to
females.
the door for most of the evening,
I
correct?
was like I would describe it as diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with
Were the
Brian
photos
Albert
upstairs or
alone
downstairs? We have
to
questions.
go to a different room.
Yeah,
The
so I think
testimony's
his wife
conflicted.
Nicole might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
No, he hates
Well,
beer.
when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of
He's
me,
like,
and
"Oh."
I knew it was going to be a short night there because
I'm not drinking that.
I just wasn't going to. I'm not a beer drinker.
Definitely not after drinking whiskey all night, sir. That'd be a terrible plan. You weren't drinking White Claws
You've
after
indicated
drinking
in
whiskey.
a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes. No.
Okay.
That
You
differs from
testified
Brian
to that in a
Albert.
prior hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
In May of 2023.
Yes.
And you said specifically, quote, I've never been upstairs. Is that
Yes.
right? All right.
That differs from
you
Brian
understood
Albert's
when you
testimony,
gave
but it's
that
consistent
statement that you were under oath.
with one of the kids.
Yes.
You were telling the truth.
Yes.
Caitlin?
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area.
That's
Is that
what
right?
Caitlin said.
I believe that's where they were. Yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement.
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
The first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
That's a good question.
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor
Yeah.
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
The defense is trying to make the inconsistent testimony of they went upstairs to the bedroom, because Brian Albert's testimony was they went upstairs to the bedroom and said the bedroom. But the defense is trying to make the inconsistent testimony seem like when they went upstairs to look at the photos, they were necessarily in the basement, but it's going to be interesting to see how that goes.
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people?
He's like,
Where
what
do
are
the
you
people have to
talking
be
about?
to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
Alan, if you inflect upstairs like
I'm
that
not
one more time, I
understanding
might
the question.
scream.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
the only floor beneath it is the basement,
Okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they
No,
have
that was meant to be a goat
Well,
scream.
who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
Oh, the court sees where he's going
If
with
Brian
it.
Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos,
That takes some balls, Alan. The judge just told you to move on, sir. She just said you can save it for argument, and he went right back in.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument.
Woo!
Next question, please.
Next question is the same question.
if Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym
Where was that?
in the basement.
The
Had you ever been
shade
down
for
to
the
that
home
basement
gym.
before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins'
You said you
graduation
didn't go
party.
inside. But you said you didn't go inside. You said it was
Summertime.
outside.
Summertime before
Sometime before. Yes.
summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified
Or
that
could
you've
it-
never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's argument.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
Yes.
in that proceeding? During
Any
the course of that
proceeding.
proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
What?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup.
What?
I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking
What?
you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that?
What?
Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to somebody's
just-
brother.
Nope,
wrong.
nope,
Yes.
nope. Transcript. Transcript, immediate transcript. Transcript. Transcript now.
That isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
Julie's brother is not
You were asked, a
dark-haired.
male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house.
I don't think
Correct?
that's
No, I
definitive.
said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well,
Julie's
when
brother
you
is not
testified-
dark-haired.
at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I may approach.
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the top part that they highlighted.
Colin, for the chat asking about Colin seemed fairly tall and has dark hair. And Colin was leaving as he was getting there, and he says he has no idea who Colin is. Like, doesn't know him. And Colin's mom, as the chat is pointing out, Colin's mom is named Julie, right? So Julie Albert, Julie Nagel. So the prosecution knew this was coming.
Do you have that in mind?
I do.
And said he has no idea who
Yes.
Colin is, and that's why he asked that. We'll see.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer.
Yeah, he
I
does.
asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
You'll get to explain it when you are redirected.
You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
Which
You were asked how
Would also
long was
be-
the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house, at least briefly, in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
I mean, isn't
Yes.
that part of the oath?
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or
I-
no? Yes or no? It was that proceeding.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question.
I
Mr.
hate that
Jackson.
she does that.
The quotations that or the quotes that I just
It's a
read
yes
to
or
you
no question.
and that you just looked at,
Yes.
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
They are pulling transcript pages,
Another
showing them to the
page, just take a look at
prosecution and showing it to the witness.
That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm singing in my
What's the
head.
date, sir?
June 1st?
I wish I was a little bit taller. I
2023?
wish I was a.
Yes.
How long did you stay
He wishes he had a girl so
at
he
the
could call her.
Albert
It seems.
residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
He walked
Maybe
in.
like a half hour.
He was like, "There's no fucking whiskey. I'm out." But where did you go when you left before you showed up at Canton PD at 1:30? We know it's like a 5-minute drive at the most. So if you got there when everyone else got there around 12:20, 12:15, you would have been there over an hour.
Less than an hour.
And what time did you leave?
You've also been drinking a lot.
Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
Then why didn't
and
you
you indicated
get
that
to
you
Canton
pretty
till
much didn't say
1:30?
goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house?
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later, turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
A beeline.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
to move vehicles, correct?
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes,
You walked down the driveway.
yes,
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat, grassy lawn. With
Why
a
is
light
everybody
dusting
having
of
such a hard time
white
with
powder snow
peripheral
on it,
vision?
right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there. Yes,
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
that's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not free. It wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right. So it would have been a light dusting of snow.
The
More
plow,
snow than there was there.
Why are you fighting? The plow was scraping when you left and you pulled it up. You've already testified to that. Why are you arguing over it? If there was that much snow, you wouldn't hear the plow scraping on the ground. We've already established that it's not that big, sir. So why are you fighting over the fucking amount of snow? Ah!
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked,
Correct.
maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short,
30 feet?
Don't want no.
maybe.
Okay.
Sorry, Chad. I can't
During the
help
course of
myself.
you walking out the door, heading to your
Screaming.
Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now,
Of course
you get in
not.
your car and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off
Nobody
to the right.
Well, you just
measured.
said 1 o'clock. You're
Yes.
a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward,
I don't think you
correct?
can see the plow.
I knew it was up and I continued to drive.
And as you
'Cause it stopped
continue to
scraping.
drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Was there an
Nothing
alligator?
obstructing your view outside toward the lawn.
Oh my God.
Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
If he says I wish I had, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
Did that put you in a position of being a first responder?
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
Yes.
I'm also a tactical medic. Yes.
Which
Wait,
means
what?
that you have training
Sir, that's
to be
not
an
okay.
observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the.
It didn't really come across that way on direct examination. I'm going to be honest. It did not come across as if you were a trained observer.
Ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator and former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard,
Was he bleeding out?
just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did
He's
not.
mad.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Calls for speculation. He looks pissed.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton police station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview.
He
You
did.
went home or to Canton PD?
He did say that.
No, that's not what I testified to.
That's exactly
something
what you
jog your
testified
memory?
to.
That
About
is-
where you went.
No, that's what you testified to. You said I wasn't sure.
That is not what I testified to.
Yeah, it
That
is.
that was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
That's not how I took that at all. I thought you were talking
Why
about
did
that
you go to
night.
Canton Police Department that night?
I thought you were talking about
That
that night too. I interpreted it the same way Jackson did.
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there
Has
not?
there been?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an
Let's.
initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
What?
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations,
1:30
you meant
in the
moving
morning.
your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle,
It wasn't his
Right.
personal vehicle.
No, I said I
he said it
didn't
was his
move my
work
personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way,
He
right?
said
I
work
moved
vehicles.
the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So
Why didn't you move them
didn't
then?
move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I
right?
was more concerned to go eat.
I think Alan was about to say Kaz. I think he was. I think that's why he rephrased. He's like, so why didn't you just move the cars then?
and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want
He
to
was
move
hungry.
those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play
After you'd been drinking.
parking lot with these cars in the middle
After
of the
you'd been
night?
drinking. After you'd been drinking.
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
We'll talk about the video in just a second.
There's video. after moving the cars around the parking lot after drinking and leaving 34 Fairview because there weren't more drinks.
You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room, and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or
Does a juror have a question?
it's really hot over there? So why don't we take a 5-minute?
The jurors are saying it's hot.
All right.
It seems. The court said, oh, it's really hot over there. So they're taking a break. For all of you in the chat who are like, why aren't we getting into the fact that all of these people were drunk driving more?
Nancy, are you caught over here?
They're not the ones on trial. That's why. It's I'll fast forward once the jury leaves. I want to make sure the court doesn't put anything on the record.
You want to put it there?
So why don't we all stay here and just see if we can do it quickly?
May be seated.
I want to see what they are doing on the record. The jurors are like, can we?
If you don't mind. You know, I'll go over there.
Those asking, the
Nancy,
people
follow me.
behind Karen, behind the defense podium, are Karen's family and friends. The people to the side where you see the check shirt and the blue shirts is victims' family and friends.
You are muted.
I will, thank God. All right. While they are zooming in on the defense table talking, which I don't particularly love, I'm going to wait and see if the court puts anything on the record. It doesn't sound like the court is putting anything on the record, but we will see. Again, I don't love them zooming in at the defense table. The defense should be able to talk freely with the jurors out of the rooms.
All rise for the court, please.
All right. For any of you asking if there's a hot mic moment, I have no idea.
Flush.
Can I go downstairs and use the bathroom?
Absolutely.
The witness is leaving. I hate this fan. But the court is not supposed to be open, and I don't know what we are hearing. So, but we are hearing stuff in court. I'm going to zoom past. If there is, all of you are saying there's a hot mic. If there is, I'm sure it will be clipped by somebody. We're going to zoom past the break. Because, again, these are supposed to be, this line is supposed to be muted when court is not in session. But we will, I'm sure, get to it another time. I'm not going to listen through the whole break. Chat, sorry. We're going to wait till they come back and go on the record. Some of you are saying at the end there's a hot mic moment. Don't miss it. Oh, all right. I mean, this is a long break.
So nice.
Well, that's talking.
4 minute advance notice before you meet.
That sounds like somebody is actually talking into the mic.
I'll need 4 minute advance notice before you meet.
Beth McLaughlin is so Nice. She's the nicest person, Beth McLaughlin.
What? Who was
That's Beth
talking?
McLaughlin. Oh my God. So good.
I don't know who's talking to who, but I think they are, I don't know who they're talking to or about. So it's just a random moment. And I also wonder if they knew the mics were on. I don't know if that's a hot mic moment or a joke. But we're going to continue on.
Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Just so lovely. So nice. Whoever Beth is.
Okay, let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if Miss McLaughlin, I know there's a Miss McLaughlin DA. I don't know if her first name is Beth. But we do know whoever Miss McLaughlin is lovely.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at
Is Beth Lally
1
assistant?
o'clock, 1:30 in the morning,
Apparently
you'd
she's so
certainly be in a
nice.
position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that, and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
You were able
It's a
to
good
monitor.
question.
You'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
And any of the
You just, as one
prior
does, you just put on the
testimony
news
that
to
you've
relax
given
at the end of the
in
night.
this case, have you
Sir,
ever
we put on
indicated
YouTube at the end of the night. What are you doing?
slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay.
To sleep on the couch or sleep on the
I asked you
bed?
about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified
Yep.
today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony
Oh, the
previous
more
to coming
drinks,
in here
yes. The
today,
more drinks and then the news.
did you ever
Oh, so
testify
relaxing.
that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat, you then went to bed.
He said more
Your
drinks
stuff on the
earlier. He did.
nightstand next to your bed, correct?
My hair
That would be the routine, yes.
is making me crazy with my in-ears.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night.
No.
That's what I want to
You
know
were
about.
clear when you went to sleep.
What about the
in your
texts?
prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone. You had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
I mean, as one does.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
As the
That
kids
is correct.
say,
And
I
you
don't.
don't use Snapchat, and you quote, don't do.
He said, I don't have the gram. Brian, would you ever refer to Instagram as the gram? Ever?
IG? No?
Yeah, no, you're not. You use Facebook. You're never referring to it as the gram.
I'm not an Instagram person. So.
This man with the, I'm not on social media. I'm not on the gram or the Facebooks, the face to whatever.
Social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat, and you quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
I don't
All
do the
right,
Snapchat
so you
things
testified
either.
that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
He said
Yes.
6:30.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing,
I have so
you
many
didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
Oh,
I assume they did.
why'd you assume they did?
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m.
The
that
amorous
morning, at a
but,
time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach
Sir,
you?
were they a
Yes.
butt dial? Do you know what a butt dial is? The butt dials.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is Lolly counting on his, what is he doing?
Take a look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little. I don't think we've introduced them.
These are
And
the
no, we don't
amorous,
have
well,
pages.
no,
I've
these,
asked
the
you
amorous
for
butt dials, the
clarification.
explanation came from Brian Albert, that they must have been somehow butt dialed while he was getting down with his
Do
wife,
you recognize those?
but they didn't go to
Yes.
voicemail, they were
May I
answered.
approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm gonna, if it's okay with the court, maybe witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
Just a second.
Yes, the butt dial trial is in full effect. But it was like a 220
I'd like to have
something
those two
call
documents marked only for identification.
for like
with the court's
22
permission.
what odd seconds, but it was answered. It didn't
As
go to
one exhibit?
voicemail. It didn't.
We can do it as one
The
exhibit,
line
that's
didn't
fine.
stay open,
Please hand those to them.
but it was answered. So
Yes.
who's answering your phone when you're at home by yourself asleep?
May I inquire?
Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right. It has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770. In other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner,
in the right. I mean, in the red.
it says 01771.
Look at the next page. I think they're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
Probably.
Oh, this has been marked over.
No, you're not missing something. It was on them, apparently.
It's okay.
Alan's
I'll
like-
use the one with QQ
No, it's
and the one
me.
with 1771.
The reporter put the
Uh,
evidence stickers on over
The other
the
numbers.
When you're referencing them.
page number.
When you're referencing them?
When I'm referencing them.
Okay.
That's the issue.
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was a these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing?
Yes,
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
it has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it
So is that
indicates
yours?
that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes,
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert.
Right.
Do you see that one?
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22
22
seconds,
seconds.
correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records,
You call back.
from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, are you so the phone records are all just magically wonkadoodly? That's what the phone records say. Well, sir, how are you calling? You saw a missed
So
call.
the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes
The question was
before
compound.
2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold.
He
correct?
doesn't know that.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's for argument.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
Yeah.
And 22
Sir,
seconds is quite...
you
the amount of
laughing
time.
isn't going to help.
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The
Oh.
court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22
With the court's permission, no. You are not sitting here for 22 seconds. That is for argument. Oh boy.
seconds, it's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No.
Yes.
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
No.
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't
Yes.
agree with it. No.
Now, when you were asked
Well,
about
we know
this,
it's going to be in closing.
and you were shown these records, that prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been.
He
And
did?
what the prior call may have been.
He
Correct?
did? Did he say
Yes.
they were
What
butt
was your
dials?
explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt
Fucking
dial.
hell.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived
Why are your asses talking to each other? Nobody has this many butt dials.
alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
How do you butt
You
dial an
already indicated
iPhone?
under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning.
Ellen is actively picking up speed. At some point, the court reporter is going to flag a Hail Mary for him to slow down, but he is actively picking up speed at this part of his cross-examination. You can hear it.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When some
You know what's so convenient about all the butt dials? What I want to know is where Brian Higgins' phone is if you have the physical phone extraction, you can see how the phone gets turned on, how the phone gets unlocked, when the phone screens on, when it doesn't. But if you don't have the physical phone, you don't know any of that. And you don't know how it's unlocked. You don't know if it was Face ID or touch code. You don't know if the screen came on or off. You don't know how much it moved. So now I want to know where the phone extraction is. Alan, are we going to get there?
Somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Is that right?
It does.
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
It's compound.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6-digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6-digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if
you would always have both, sir.
have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
I don't know if that's true.
Did you open your phone with your Face ID or
Can you have a Face ID without a code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I've never thought about it.
Was your
Once
face
you unlock that phone app, you
in
have to
front of your
manipulate the
phone?
phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
I mean, there's no
Yes.
buttons.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone.
There's no
that have to
buttons.
be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
It's a lot
After you're
of
shown these phone records of
answered,
that
unanswered
prior hearing,
calls.
in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just
What?
sort of sat in silence. Is
What?
that right?
Objection.
So
What?
I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it
What?
appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation?
Can we go back to the
during
witness's
course of the
face,
call?
please?
What I think I testified was
Yo! Can we see the witness?
something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes.
What?
And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins.
Can we see the
Can
witness?
you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes.
Karen
correct?
Reed is the least interesting part of
I
this
think it was
colloquy.
kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was
Thank you.
yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Maybe this is why it's getting so hot in the courtroom. Perhaps.
May I?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, what? So you knew that in a previous hearing, you testified that you called him back. And now you're sitting here like, I don't know if I said that. Sir, what? Just what? I don't know if we'll go to Code Red. Let's see what
You
happens.
then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that
Somebody
was,
asked.
you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything.
What?
And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the
What?
other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure.
Okay, Jen, can I see it? I understand that they don't want the defense to put words in their mouth. I imagine that they would have known that this was coming. How do you not know this is coming? When he said, yes, we had a back and forth about this whole thing, you knew this whole thing was going to come up again. This
Thank you.
whole thing being the magical phone calls that magically answer and the magical phones that magically dial when you don't ask them to dial. Were you listening to your friend get it on with his wife? Like, I don't believe that. Sir, what?
In pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No. Can I have a minute, please?
I should have started a timer to see if he looked at this for 22 seconds or longer. Because I'm time blind and I
Yeah.
don't fucking
Yes.
know.
Thank you, Your Honor. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything.
It's
And then I
possible.
terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some
There was
time
no
to think about this
conversation.
2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
For 22 seconds, nonetheless.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
Then why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
That's a fair question. She's thinking asked and answered. I don't agree. I think that's a fair question.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
It's a fair answer.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Brian Albert.
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke
Brian
to
Albert.
on the phone?
I know the
that
answer.
morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So, of course, you drove over to his house. You had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
Access.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m., if you recall.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes,
him
because
back.
he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No.
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
Absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about?
Wouldn't you immediately ask, what's going on and why are you calling me, after Brian Albert invariably told you that John O'Keefe was on the lawn? Wouldn't you immediately ask Chief Berkowitz, what the fuck is going on?
Fairview that morning?
No.
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
Absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
You didn't ask
No.
WTF?
No, Your Honor.
How do you not
What
ask
did Chief
what
Berkowitz
happened?
tell you about his knowledge of
The lack of asking what happened is killing me.
John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No.
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief
Why?
Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment. You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I have no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Well, you
That's
used the word
correct.
discovered,
You
but
just
yeah.
spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, that your Jeep would just be feet away from him.
It
Correct?
depends
Objection.
on where.
Sustained.
It's a larger yard than that.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
No, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years, and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd
He
agree
should
that
be.
searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly
No,
important
where's the
investigative
phone?
tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
You work in the fugitive apprehension unit and you're going to try to tell me that you don't appreciate the importance of digital forensics, sir? Are you for real right now? How do you apprehend people? I would imagine that digital is key.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigation.
Objection.
Sustained.
Exhausting.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time. But actually at any time.
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct?
Did the defense?
On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my
He
point. I'm
parsed
just
it
trying to break
oddly.
You're breaking. You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, where you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched.
Searched
No.
or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would
Jesus.
consider a search the inside of the vehicle
Inspected
more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No,
They didn't have to search it. They didn't have to inspect it.
no.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle?
I feel like we know that nobody asked.
Not to my recollection.
And to this day,
I feel
nobody
like we know that
from
nobody
Massachusetts
asked.
State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle.
No.
I
When you
feel like
entered the house that
nobody
morning,
asked.
Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some
With
point,
donuts.
all the people
or
that I just
muffins.
ticked off, they were all inside the house.
Brian
right?
Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way. No.
Do you
Did
even know if
each of
there's
you
an incident?
discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense.
What math?
John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No.
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
They were talking
We were
to
all
each
there
other.
in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend,
The
these
inner
are friends
circle.
and family inside
He
that
wants to
house
ask about the inner
discussing
circle,
this
not like a friends and
incident,
family
correct?
phone plan.
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. You can
Is that
ask
what
it
she
differently.
said?
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was
That's
in
worse.
shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
That'll stand.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was she said, Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're as sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's a good question,
Mr.
and he
Higgins, what time
asks
did
it
you leave Brian
frequently.
Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No,
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
no, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get
Weren't
some
you
sleep
hungover?
or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD.
Really?
On the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
Where were you going in Canton PD?
When you got to Canton PD,
When did you eat?
and you're telling this jury you don't
Aren't
know
you
how long you spent
hungover?
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
It's a very dramatic pause because you didn't ask the judge, Your Honor, may I
approach briefly?
have a moment? Holy fuck, that's a giant stack of papers. Is that the key card swipe log?
I just want to see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance through it. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize
Yep,
it.
don't. Is that the swipe log? And would he even know what that document is? Like, would he have ever seen it before?
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by date.
So don't read it out loud, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your
Just,
Honor.
do you recognize
Yes, I do.
it?
Okay.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay.
Oh boy.
You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors.
I'm going to
every
swoop
place
as we're
that
getting
needs
into key
a
swipes.
key swipe.
Where
is
were you
logged.
going?
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
Well, now I'm riveted.
It shows that
Are
you
you
entered
riveted,
Canton PD for
chat?
the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I am riveted. Where are you going?
Cleared the scene.
What are you doing?
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No.
Telling me the substance of the conversation. Did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
Not that I recall, no.
He said he didn't. Oh, this was when he was at
But
the
you
house.
remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't much of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that either.
Sorry, I'm
Not
not
sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
100%, no.
Certainly were not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
That's what he said. That's what he said. Coffee cake
May I
at the
approach one more
time
time?
of day they're talking about there was no longer a crime scene. And we know that they barely even put crime scene tape up because it was so windy.
That document marked as next in order Bates pages. It represents Bates pages 2850 to 3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification,
Is there
not
a
next in order.
foundation? His face does not look pleased.
Thank you.
This is why we are not sped up. His face
Higgins,
does
if you will,
not look happy at all.
sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronological. It's the second to the last page.
Marked for ID means they don't have the foundation yet. I'm sure the foundation will come in later because they're going to call whoever printed this business record out. And
I have it.
a business record, so it's not going to be an issue. But I would really like them to pan back to the witness. It's a lot of pages.
Can we take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom?
Can we pan back to the witness, please? I would like to see if
I
he
see
still
it.
looks pale.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Kenton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So on 1/29/2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds,
I see it.
access granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
For those of you saying that the witness looks kind of sweaty, we have heard from the jurors today that it's very hot in this courtroom and that it is hot outside.
Okay.
So it is a
Take a look
warm
at-
So you
day.
said 2976?
That's Bates page 2976.
But I was
It's the
commenting
bottom
on
right-hand
the-
I see it, yes.
His face kind of fell
Look at the
as we
time
started to
entry
get
for
into this.
9:23 and 39 seconds.
I'm not attributing to him being hot to much beyond the fact that we know it's very hot in this courtroom today and he is sitting there in a suit.
923 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
Sarah in the chat said it was almost 90
this
this
time's all over the
afternoon.
place. My apologies.
I don't know
Okay.
if this
All right, thank you.
courtroom has AC. I know it's got the ceiling fan, but it is hot. The jurors were saying they were hot.
9:23:39. I'm sorry, if you got that in mind.
I do. I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
Yes, and there's a door on each side of the Sally Port. Yes.
2 bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side,
And
yes.
then there's a
Pass through,
personal pass-through door as well.
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So that was at 9:23.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sallyport as well, correct?
Okay, 2976, and what was the
Same
time?
page,
Yes,
it's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up.
Oh my
We'll look for
goodness.
time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see.
yes,
All right, and that shows that you were granted access to the Sallyport and then from Sallyport to booking, correct?
says booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You either enter into the Sallyport.
Oh my God.
or from booking into the Sally.
We have no idea what you said, Alan.
Yes,
Could you repeat the question?
Of course, of course.
Yeah, the court reporter said, can you repeat the question? Yeah, because we can't hear anything over the sirens. More than 22 seconds of sirens. I think he said we're just going to wait for the sirens. Oh, that was all the sirens.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up.
Neither do we.
At 9:23 and 50
Fair.
seconds in the morning,
He went booking
you were
to
granted
Sallyport,
access,
Sallyport to booking.
booking to Sallyport and Sallyport to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sallyport.
Sir, you just sat there and stared at it.
yes.
Okay.
For
I
like
don't want
a
to belabor
minute.
this because we could get bogged down into it all day long.
Yep.
Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
That doesn't refresh your recollection.
it would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times or dates,
Right.
middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone?
Chad, I know a lot of you have seen this, and I've just seen it coming up quite a bit. I know a lot of you have seen this, but a lot of the law nerds have not seen this yet. So thank you. I know sometimes it is hard when you know what's coming to not chat about it. And I know you guys want to chat about it, but a lot of law nerds waited to watch and want to see what happens as it happens. So thank you so much for the no spoilers. I appreciate it. I know it is hard. I know it is a challenge. It's a challenge when I go back and watch things with, at the end of the day when Runkle or Natalie Lawyer Chick or Lawyer is covering it. I want to see them react to the thing, but thank you for no spoilers. So we are just going to wait and see what happens. I appreciate you. Spoilers, darling. We'll get there.
Gone out for lunch, 11:52.
We'll get
Could
there.
have.
So thank you.
Come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905 because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 205 and 56 entry.
If the card was swiped, I was there, is what he said. Okay, so now we're at 2:05 p.m.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? Yes, this might be a little easier. Highlighted for you.
Oh my God, it's almost 7 o'clock. Oh, the summer is such a
I see it.
messes with me so much
That would indicate
because
that
it's
you
so
were
light
back
out.
at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sally Port to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
I bet there's a phone record.
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not, no.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was
doesn't
an
remember.
upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
He's like, I don't remember.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
The judge looks like she is so over this for the day. The defense, when they ask to approach, has to show the DA first what they're bringing up.
Thank you.
So we would have shown the DA first and then coming in here. For all of you
Just to close this loop,
in Europe, I
that
see you
appears to
in,
be your phone record, correct?
in the 1 and 2 a.m. ranges.
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
3:10 plus 12 was 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You had cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian. Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
At
Is that a fresh
3:24.
recollection that you made those calls?
He didn't
Based
make
on
that
the record,
second
yes.
call. Brian Albert called him.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
You remember that clearly. It's hard when it's an absolutely not for me.
And then
Because it seems to be, I don't remember our conversations. We were talking about what happened. I don't remember what we would have talked about. The absolute denial is odd for me because if you don't remember the phone calls, there was a lot going on that day. I don't know if we were talking about what Kevin had told me. I don't remember what we were talking about. We were talking about what happened. We were talking about what's happening next. But I don't remember what we said. The absolutely not. Well, how do you know? If you don't remember anything, then how is it an absolutely not? It can't be. Either you remember or you don't. And if you don't, then you can say, I wouldn't do that, but I don't know. There's no absolutes if you don't remember. Also, it seems that the Alberts talk to each other. So,
May I, Your Honor?
you know.
Same record. If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you
How do
provide
you
any
know?
information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
But you were, in fact, on the phone.
If you don't
all
remember,
of those interested
how do
parties
you know?
throughout the day, you'll agree.
I was
Answer that.
okay.
There's
Yes, Your
no
Honor.
objection. You can answer it.
I would. Yes, they're friends, and I was on the phone with them. Yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were
Then why
not
are you there all
assigned to this
day?
investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends. Yes.
And yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD
Then what the fuck
while
are you
you're at
talking
Canton PD,
about?
correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this.
What are you
And you're
talking about, the
consistently
weather?
through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course, I had phone conversations with him.
That makes sense.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58.
It's like, I remember nothing except
And
I
one at
absolutely
4:07.
didn't do
I'm going to
that.
draw your attention to
It's not how
2885
memory
and
works.
2886.
I would do anything for my friends.
Once you have the pages, I'll give you the
I
times
won't do
once
that. Then why are you there all
2885?
day?
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
.357 and 54 seconds. I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just
Communication?
above it. That's 3:58:24. Look at 3:57:54. Or the one, it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 3:57:36.
Trying to track lines like that would make my eyes crazy.
3:57:36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
And there's one more on page 2885.
We're now at what, 4 o'clock in the
Look
afternoon?
for 4:07:47.
$4:07 in the afternoon?
4:07,
Dude, when did you
47.
sleep?
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes.
Can't you go out that way to the cars though?
I don't. Yeah, there's no record. I don't know
try
if
to
it
explain.
records you going up.
You
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it,
Yeah.
correct?
Don't try to explain.
Not that I can
sir.
see here, no. I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sally Port, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're aware that her car ended up in that Sally Port where you were at 5:36.
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sally Port?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sally Port related to this case?
What else was in the
No.
Sally
Did
Port?
you see a bag, a grocery bag with 6 Solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. I did not see anything.
Are you aware that at well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. We weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sally Port around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
But the records would reflect that, right? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
I don't know if he knows that.
You were in the Sally Port the last time you're logged into the Sally Port. It's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at the Sally Port at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sally Port. We know that,
If I walked in, I was
correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sally Port, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Were you there? Were you there when her SUV showed up? Were you there when the SUV
Do you
arrived?
remember
Because you said you
Chief
didn't know when it
Berkowitz,
arrived.
Or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
Are they trying?
No, I don't remember.
I wonder if they're not going to be able to call Chief Berkowitz and they're trying to ask this witness. Because all of this should just be asked to Chief Berkowitz.
Anything like that, no.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, "Shut the barracks"?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sally Port?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Was he still there?
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
I want to know
Could
what
have
time
been
he left.
5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sally Port garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sally Port at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
Is there a video of it though?
One thing to say I don't remember, it's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were?
I don't believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sally Port garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
What? He looks very uncomfortable. What?
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
At what time?
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
He looks rattled.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
It's a lot of calls.
May I approach?
Yes.
There's going to be another witness about this video, I would imagine, because this witness is not the right witness to get into that with. The insinuation is left.
You look at the entries for 6:12.
The objection was sustained, but that's a
See if that
lot,
refreshes your recollection.
a lot of phone activity. I'll be very interested to see the
Are you
witness that
referring to
talks
the-
about the video.
6:12. and
Where's the
6:16.
video?
Okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6:12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Then right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you
a lot of calls.
at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
A lot of calls.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may
It's
we approach,
hearsay.
please?
Okay.
Because it's hearsay. We're going to zoom through this, through them approaching. The question we ended on was, were they calling you to tell you that taillight pieces had been found back at 34 Fairview?
So, may I inquire?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at.
For those of you asking in the chat, because I see a lot of questions, for those of you that are saying, is the judge not letting the video in? The question was asked and sustained, and the question that Alan Jackson asked was, do you know that that video is missing, is gone? So I would imagine there will be a witness to talk about the fact that there's no video from the Sallyport when Karen Reed's car arrived, because that was what the question insinuated. If that video exists, then the prosecution's going to have to bring it in with a witness, because that's what they are talking about. So we will see what happens with that. But now I've got a big question about, is there going to be any video of Karen Reed's car arriving? So we will have to see. But I saw a lot of that question. Is the judge keeping it out? No, that isn't what the judge is keeping out.
6:12 and 6:16.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
Oh boy.
I might have been. I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Then how do you know? If you don't remember, how are you so sure? If you don't remember, it generally means you don't remember.
Were you being
No, that's not what the substance of it is about. Well, if you don't remember,
provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No.
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
No, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
for someone who doesn't remember, he's sure clear about certain things.
Any formal capacity. You were not interviewed about this case in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's
I don't-
February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
I'll see counsel very quickly at sidebar.
I wonder why the location is not being discussed. That's a longer sidebar than I anticipated. There's a whole bunch of a sidebar. Hold on. It's hard to scrub this.
It was my statement.
Well, we missed something that made him mad because he got loud. Sir, your eyebrows are doing much as I'm rewinding. I'm sorry that I went too far. It's hard with such a long stream. All right. Sorry, chat. I tried to zoom and ended up taking longer because I zoomed too much. All right, there we go.
It was not, no.
Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, and the answer is yes, right? Can we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
Yes.
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview.
I mean, obviously, yes.
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your testimony.
I discussed what we were trying to figure out what happened.
You discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what a case is versus a matter versus an issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
No, not really.
Yes.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, is there a reason, or why don't you go ahead and explain?
Well, I feel you're trying to make it sound like something it wasn't.
I'm not trying to make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house, yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's
You had
just
already spent an
facts.
enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by, can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD.
access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port.
Had access, yes, and that's a cut through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it,
He just asked if you had access to it.
correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
That's
It
not
was
what
only
he asked.
after all that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation. I'll
Objection.
rephrase it. It
Yeah.
was only after all of that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I don't know what
I
you
wasn't
mean by that.
interviewed to the following days, that's correct.
A lot of people weren't.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Who?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were
How
asked
do
a
you remember
specific
that?
question in the other proceeding in June of 2020.
You said you didn't remember any of the conversations that you've had. And now you're saying the chief of police called and said that he saw pieces of tail light. Did you call Brian Albert? And you're like, no, Brian called me. I thought we didn't remember.
23, correct?
I don't know if it was the specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Meaning I
100%
told
probable?
Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well,
information was provided to me.
What you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about
It's a
that.
weird statement.
Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
call.
All right, so
Lolly's
Too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure.
Lolly's just like,
You said, yes, 100%, correct?
no, he said yes.
In that
it's
testimony, I
100%
did, yes.
probable.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say,
He doesn't remember.
if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement
Objection.
prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end.
If that was his testimony,
Yes.
the court's striking it. So listen,
You said you
I
didn't
didn't do
recall that
anything wrong
entire
here.
testimony, right?
Not that portion of it. I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see the transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
He's still reading.
Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
That would be the federal
And you
grand jury.
said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
'Cause I felt they were being accusatory, and I was
The judge. I've never seen a judge rephrase a question, objection, and the judge is like, I want to know. Why'd you say it? I have never. I want to know too, though. Don't we all? Don't we all want to know? Why did you say it? Like, I'm the judge in this moment. I'm the judge in this moment. Why did you say it? Let's find out.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
I felt they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question.
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
Because you
wrong.
knew that was going to look like collusion,
No, they were accusing you of it. That's why he said they looked accusatory.
which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
He said they were being
Mr.
accusatory.
Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature.
I would
right?
imagine.
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
That's allowed. You can answer that.
Do I know how to get rid of information? I mean, I think there's different ways. You could wipe your phone.
Anything
Or-
else?
You could wipe your phone.
Good.
Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one,
Did
wiping
it-
your phone,
did it-
taking the SIM card out.
Did it get rehomed?
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
Did it
So
get
that might be
rehomed?
one avenue. You could break the SIM card in half or
It
snap
could,
it.
it
correct?
could, yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data. The phone's just a brick, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone,
Is it in
like
a?
a forensics expert, for
Is
instance.
it at a farm
Objection.
in Vermont? Is the phone with Chloe?
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never
fair
went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend.
And
Yes.
he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a
He-
federal special agent,
Damn it, I was too slow.
He's a coworker of mine. Yes.
which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent. Yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay.
He
That's
works at the
FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab.
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
He works.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me.
He works at the FBI's Regional Forensics Computer Lab, sir. Sir, you're playing coy about your knowledge of phones, and your bestie works for the ATF within the FBI Regional Forensics Computer Lab. Sir. Really?
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent.
You've
who
read
works
it correctly.
at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself.
And
Yes.
he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain.
Oh,
it.
your
Did you ask him
face.
for a personal favor?
No.
Your face kind of says you did.
Welsh is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself.
And
Yes.
he's
Look at his
one of your
face.
best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain. it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
He wanted to share
Objection
Karen's
sustained,
texts.
But you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question, you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone?
He
Is that what
wanted
you
to.
did?
He told him to screenshot
I asked him
it.
if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other
'Cause you
words,
didn't
there was
wanna
nobody
provide
else
your
that
whole
was
phone.
picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that
Probably.
why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Without
Okay,
them
next
taking your phone.
But you could have just
Stop it.
provided your.
Without them taking your phone. Stop it right now. You wanted to provide them the text messages without giving you the entire phone. Come on now.
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
You could have.
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time.
And you
you're
didn't want to
trained
take that option.
ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Correct.
Objection.
Changes to that.
That's
then.
correct. No, that's correct.
Did you actually go to the FBI computer forensics lab?
Yes.
You did?
Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously.
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement.
Can I
It's
go
on the
do that?
first floor.
I
That
want to
is
do
a
that.
federal facility, however.
What's at the
Yes,
kiosk?
it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction
Alan's getting too excited. Can you hear him?
machinery, if you will?
Alan's
A
getting too
computer or something
excited.
to extract this data?
What
Well,
the
it was
fuck
a
is-
machine. I don't know what it's called.
What the fuck is happening? Alan is getting way too excited and he's tripping over his questions. What kiosk?
Data extraction machinery, if you will. A computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource,
I'll stop.
not for anything having to do with
Baby.
any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see you. I know this is not considered, but I need to see.
So he's using FBI resources to extract what from his phone because he provided screenshots of the terribly cringy texts. But you're not allowed to use just government oh, they're letting the jury out. So I want to know about the FBI kiosk.
While we're doing that, counsel, come on back. Yes.
No, can we just do it on the record? Come on, Your Honor. Can we please just do something on the record? I am angrily typing. I thought we were going to put this on the record. The jury's out.
On to the left.
Now maybe we're putting it on the record.
Advocate to. Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we'd do
I don't
that.
know. Is that in reference to the key swipes?
They're bringing in either his lawyer or an advocate. Oh boy. I'm going to swipe because now we're outside the presence of the jury. Mid cross-examination outside the presence of the jury.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sir, there's shit that you can't do. Is his lawyer in the room too? Because I imagine his lawyer needs to be in the room as well. I don't know what just happened. You've got to be fucking joking me. Give me a second. As the feed I was on just jumped back to the beginning of the feed, which is probably a me issue. I feel like I'm about to puke. What is happening? I think we've queued it back up properly. Lolly does not look... Lolly, are you okay, sir? Are you a... Oh, you were listening. The judge is asking for the lawyers again. This is going to be a long end to a Friday, isn't it, chat?
Mr. Conley? If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions
His
he's about
face
to ask your
looks
client.
mad.
Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is William Connolly.
We're outside the presence of the jury. This is an offer of proof outside the presence of Dr. Baker. What? What do you need? Hi. The jury is out. This witness has his lawyer at the stand, and I see you looking at me with anticipation.
I didn't realize I was coming in at such a heavy moment.
Yeah, it's hot. What's up? Not till I'm done.
Okay, do you want us to plan anything?
I don't know. Can we do that? Can we do that in 5? The law nerds are going to lose their minds.
Only 5.
Do you know what? Do you know what Dr. B literally walked in and asked? Chat, what's for dinner? Dr. B just texted me.
Hold on. I did not come in saying
You did.
dinner like you were responsible for the dinner. I came in to ask you, what would you like for dinner? Let's get this straight. You spun a totally different story there.
What's for dinner?
What would you like for dinner?
What would you like for dinner?
I haven't been streaming and working all day. I'm good. I was trying to be helpful.
Thank you, Dr. B. It might be whiskey. At this point, you can text me. Dr. B's like, why are we still streaming? He came in, to be fair, he didn't say anything. He came in and did this. He was like, are we eating? Because it's 7:30. It's still light out. It's confusing. All right, chat, we're going back to court.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows.
I'm just
He
giving
indicated
Dr. B
that
a hard
he
time.
contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized...
Okay, I'm backing it up. To be fair, I was giving Dr. B a hard time because he was still standing there. So, chat, I was teasing Dr. B.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding.
That people
and
can...
that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, work in any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he is aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain.
He wasn't even asked.
These are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement. That's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the bathroom.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need to go talk to your client.
I can do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
He's not answering those questions.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back.
For those of you asking, this is probably why he is currently assigned to operations. For those of you asking what this has to do with Karen, he was using federal resources to extract certain things from his phone, it seems. And extracting those things in court, what we've seen are his text messages via screenshot. So I don't know what he extracted off of his phone. And what Alan Jackson said is not only did he extract things off of his phone, but he extracted selected things off his phone and then destroyed them and then destroyed the phone. So if he's going to choose to not answer some of those questions, he has to go question by question and choose not to answer those questions. And then we will see if there is a jury instruction allowing the jury to make certain assumptions based on that. But he's coming back to the stand. The jury is not.
So we're ready to proceed?
Is the jury in?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
So I don't know where that extraction went, if only the screenshots
I love
were
all
turned
your
over.
optimism, but it's going to take him about 2 minutes to get here. So, yeah.
That sounded like the bailiff saying it's going to take the jury about 2 minutes to come in from wherever the jury room is. Hopefully the jury room has a fan or air conditioning. It looks like we're almost at the end of the court day today, so there can't be much more left. And the jury is back.
We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood.
This is not going to be good.
Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as to reading.
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
Then why'd you screenshot
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's correct.
That's what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State Police.
You made a
So where's your
copy?
phone?
I do not have that phone
Yeah.
anymore.
Where's your phone?
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
What?
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
You destroyed the phone by removing the SIM card. Half, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the
Did
SIM
you?
card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
But you threw the phone
Okay.
away.
No, it's an ATF.
No. First of all, which cell phone was this? Because modern iPhones have digital SIM cards. If I was going to throw the phone away, I would take the SIM card out and break it. You said you threw the phone away. So you destroyed the phone. Another phone.
With electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
He does know
Jackson,
that.
that's it.
Your Honor,
One more question.
But you
do
threw
this
the
in 30 seconds. I think you were aware that that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it. Correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of
the preservation order.
September 23rd. I'm sorry, September 30th, 2022.
Objection. I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
Your Honor, I
been.
can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
This isn't going to get
Were
handled
you
today,
aware
is
of
it?
that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
That's the question again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of
A
notice
preservation order.
on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice,
Not again.
you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I maintained the phone.
until you didn't. When you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
What?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What?
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified. Yes.
You testified
It's
at a previous-
possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question
Jackson.
left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lowley's already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last
Oh,
question, Mr.
fucking
Jackson.
hell.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Did somebody
Higgins,
laugh?
Very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
That was your one question, Mr. Jackson. All right, folks, that's it for today. We will see you Tuesday. Have a great long weekend, please. It's very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear,
Your
or
Honor.
read anything about this case, please disregard it.
I know
Let
it's a
us know.
Friday.
See you on Tuesday.
I know it's
Tuesday
a
will be a full day.
I know it's a Friday, Your Honor. But what? Your Honor, he's like, that's your one question, Mr. Jackson.
Goodbye.
Oh, boy. Let's see if the court puts anything else on the record.
You can follow them, yes.
For those of you asking, can the judge stop them like that? Yes, if they're at time, the judge can.
All right, so I will
And
see
this judge
counsel
has.
at sidebar, Tori.
And this judge has regularly done that. And then they go to sidebar. Well, that was a day, wasn't it? I think I've turned, well, my lights changed is the problem because the sun has now set. It's just, so now I am looking much more red than I was because now the light has changed because the sun has set. Oh boy, let us try to summarize today. Well, the Commonwealth versus Karen Read, day 17, had only one witness who is definitely not done yet. Brian Higgins, the ATF agent that was sending, he called them flirty, chat called them cringy. I'll let you decide for yourself. Text messages with Karen Read. It was indicating that the two of them were discussing a relationship, discussing that they found each other hot, discussing what this might be. Karen Read telling him that she wasn't happy in her relationship with John, that things aren't perfect, that things had deteriorated, that she never wanted to get married, that she didn't want to have kids. And now she's fighting over how to raise kids with someone. And it seemed that she was like, how did I get here? This isn't what I want. She called the kids spoiled in one of those text messages. And it was clear that she had sought out Brian Higgins' phone number to engage in that text communication with him. And then after a night of watching football at John O'Keefe's house, walked him out and kissed him, which we had heard about in opening statements. And it seems that from the ring footage, John O'Keefe had confronted her about that because she texted Brian Higgins that John asked if they were hooking up. Brian Higgins was like, I don't want any drama. And then in cross-examination, we started talking to, or we started hearing about whether or not by the time they got to the Waterfall Bar, when Karen Read came in with John O'Keefe, whether she ignored Mr. Higgins and didn't say hi to Mr. Higgins. And it was clear that she ignored him when she got to the bar and spent quite a lot of time with John O'Keefe, being very affectionate, engaging in lots of PDA, and that he wasn't bothered by that at all. But later that night, texted John O'Keefe to ask, are you coming to 34 Fairview? That was after midnight. Then as we got into cross-examination more about Karen Read ghosting Brian Higgins, we started to go through all of that information about him being at Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning and then going home at some point and not having a phone call with Brian Albert, even though the phones show a 22-second phone call with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning, but no phone call happened. Do you know what he said? You do. You do. Say it with me. Do you know what he said it was? Yeah, he said it was a butt dial. He said it must have been a butt dial. So then, as we get further into his back and forth at Canton PD on the 29th, after he went to the Albert residence at 7:30 something in the morning, that he went to Canton PD before he went home. And he was at Canton PD till after 6 p.m. And he was on the phone with Kevin Albert, Brian Albert, and former chief of police. At some point, the former chief of police called him to say that he saw broken pieces of taillight at 34 Fairview. He was also talking about being back and forth in the Sallyport, the garage at the police office or the police department where Karen Read's car was eventually brought in. But Alan Jackson asked the question. The objection was sustained, so we don't have an answer yet, but I imagine it's going to come up again, and asked Higgins if he was aware that the video from the Sallyport, from when Karen Read's car was brought in, is missing. Do you know what else is missing? His cell phone. Yep, another cell phone. So we have all these texts back and forth on screenshot, And then we got to the fact that Brian Higgins' best friend works for ATF, but works at the FBI Computer Forensics Laboratory, and that Brian Higgins went to that lab to use a machine to extract certain things off his phone to turn over to law enforcement. If it was just screenshots, why do you need to go have anything extracted from your phone? And what was extracted? Because he was going to extract it and then what? Turn it over to law enforcement? But he turned over screenshots. Then they asked him questions if he knew that using that machine for his own personal benefit was a federal crime and a felony. All of those objections were sustained. Then Alan Jackson starts asking him if he had taken out his SIM card, cut and broken it, if he had changed phone carriers and phone numbers. Guess which day he changed phone carriers and phone numbers and got a new phone? September 29th. But he got served with a preservation order for his phone on September 30th. He said he still had the phone. And then, well, Alan Jackson said, until you didn't. And then as the clock was buzzing and the court was like, we're done for the day here, we got into a very rapid fire line of questioning about what this witness did with his phone. And the last question that we didn't really get an answer to was, did you take it to a military base, take the SIM card out, cut the SIM card, throw the SIM card in one trash can and throw the phone in another trash can? And he started to say, yes, but that was after the order was denied. And the court said, that's it, Mr. Jackson, who was starting to ask about previous testimony. And that's where we ended day 17. And we're going to resume on Tuesday. Remember, next week, there is only one day of court. It is a federal holiday Monday, and the court is dark the rest of the week. I am going to be on a funky schedule again on Tuesday. I will keep you notified earlier in the app, I promise. I have not decided what time I will be streaming. As I've said, we have lots of company coming. But isn't it strange? No one answers the phones, but they're answered. No one makes the text messages, but they're there. And the phones have been rehomed to what? A farm in Vermont? New Hampshire? Somewhere nice. I'm interested to hear much more about this cell phone, but it does seem that the cell phone may have been destroyed after the defense's orders were denied. I'm interested to hear what happened. But the changing cell phone carriers and numbers the day before the preservation order makes me wonder what else is missing. Doesn't it? You have questions. We have questions. I'm going to get to as many as we can. We've been streaming for over 6 hours. So I will do the best that I can, Law Nerds, but it's going to be brief. So remember, lawnerdapp.com is going to make sure you stay in the loop. We will send out a notification earlier on Tuesday. We will have the chat open so you guys can chat on Tuesday. No spoilers, but you guys can chat on Tuesday. And I have not figured out when I will be streaming on Tuesday, but like I did today, we will stream through the entire day on Tuesday as best we can. I just have not been able to figure out when that is going to be yet because life things. It's a really, really busy week for me. So let's get to some super chats. Y'all, you've got questions. I've got questions. We've got questions. This today was exhausting. Like, it's just so wild. And yes, for those asking, Tuesday is a full court day. I'll cover the whole day, but not in real time. Debbie J said Brian Higgins looked to the judge for help on questions, and her seemingly helping him makes me think she is biased. Is there any judicial escalation process to ensure a fair trial? There were times he was looking at her after the objection. I didn't notice him looking to the judge for help. I saw him looking towards where the DA is, but after the DA's objected, the judge has to answer before he can answer. But there were plenty of times where he's like, the judge asked him, do you know that? Can you answer that? It's wild. Stephen said if a normal citizen did a 10th of this, we'd be thrown under the jail. How are any of them roaming the streets? I don't know at what point this was, but there's a lot happening. Daphne, I apologize if I've gotten it wrong. The brain is tired. Love your comments. You make me laugh because this case is so messed up. This case is wild. Eloy said Dr. B on the recross. Yes, Dr. B was going to make sure that no wrong impression was left. He was going to be clear that there was no wrong impression left about what we're doing for dinner, though he has not answered my texts, I will say. So either I think he's now salty because I was like, what do you want to do? Jay McCarthy said the well feels to me like one or two things. This is referring to Brian Higgins' text. One, you guys okay now? Two, John O'Keefe confronted him. It truly feels like some texts are missing. AJ definitely thinks he knows something. Witness doesn't know he knows. And I don't know if we've gotten to that yet, but I think there's more there. LK said theory, they both go to the house, find out Brian Higgins is there. Karen Rees refuses to go in. John O'Keefe asks why. Karen tells the truth. The fight she mentions on the 29th. Jo goes to confront Brian Higgins and he doesn't come home and Karen Reed freaks out. I don't know. But I wonder if his factor there, or the factor of the factor of Brian Higgins being there is part of why they were outside in the car for so long. Because I think they were outside in the car for so long. I do think they were out in the car for quite a while, because the text messages, and I wonder if we'll ever get to the defendant's phone, I think would confirm that they are in the car for that period of time. And it doesn't seem to be contested that they were outside 34 Fairview for quite a while. So we'll see. Angel said, greetings from BG. Just purchased a few things from the Lawn Art Shop. I am so glad. Today is the last day to get a discount at the Lawn Art Shop. So if you have not gone to the Lawn Art Shop yet, then we will go. So we will see. Yes. Casey Cat, huge thanks to Uncle Runkle. Uncle Runkle, who babysat us this morning. I think he just streamed. I don't think it was babysitting. I think Runkle was like, I'll stream. And I was like, I don't mind. Because Runkle messaged me and was like, are you not going to be streaming in the morning? I said, no, I'm not going to stream till after lunch. I have things that have been long-standing plans. And he said, do you care? And I'm like, no, stream, have fun. So hopefully all of you enjoyed Runkle streaming today. Oh, today was wild. MC said, stopped watching earlier to wait for you. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. And for those of you that rewatched with me and were able to be like, what is happening? Yes, I'm very curious to see what happens on Tuesday, right? Anne said, I had dinner at the Hillside Pub last night. My 86-year-old mom loves it there. They make an excellent Reuben, she says. All high top tables, but one no snow. Well, I'm glad you had fun at the Hilly. It seems that it is the place to be. So let's see. Stephen said worried about policy, but not actual laws because priorities. Let's see how this worry about policy ages during this testimony. It was, I'm not sure at what point that was during testimony because so much happened today. Today was a lot. Tucker said, are the two sides allowed to stipulate some undisputed details so they don't have to continually be testified to? Some things have just been proven and the prosecution is still going over them again and again and again. It's just wild, some of the time wasting, but the defense got into some, I think, damaging areas of cross-examination today. I don't know if anyone's going to really remember the back and forth with the text messages by the end of the day, because again, why'd you get rid of your phone? Like, why'd you get rid of your phone? And I don't know if the witnesses are defensive because they feel like they're accused of doing something, or if they're defensive because they did something, or a combination of the two, or whatever. I don't know. But it doesn't matter because I can't imagine it comes across well to the jury, because these witnesses, except for a few, come across incredibly evasive and incredibly defensive. And then he's testifying or explaining, well, they seem like they were accusing me of something. It just can't be great. Katie Bug at the here, I'm going to try to grab that text message or that super chat real quick. I'm going to try to get to as many as I can. Katie Bug said they reported on Court TV that Alan Jackson won't be there Tuesday for the recross. So that's why they had Karen Reed up to the bench at the end. The judge asked her to agree. It was okay. That makes sense. This feed cut right at the end, so we didn't see any more. But I don't think Alan was done with cross. So I imagine that Yannetti will be stepping in for the end of cross. I know they were trying to finish it. You could see that they were trying to finish that cross and they just did not get there. So we could see that. Kat Murr said, can you explain the order preserving phones being denied? If they hadn't destroyed and upgraded, would they have had to turn them in? From this testimony, and I am there, this could change based on other testimony. From this testimony, he said he kept his phone until after the order was denied. So the order may have been denied on other grounds, that they weren't just turning it over. But he said he destroyed the phone after the order was denied. So we'll see what happens. I'm sure there's more to that. Music to My Soul said, Emily, is there any way you can see that they could overcome reasonable doubt at this point? I've been trying to stay objective, but now I don't know. Music to My Soul, I don't know until the evidence comes in either. There's a lot going on in this case. And just until we get to the rest of the testimony, I don't know. Stacy said Brian Albert butt dialed Brian Higgins, but Brian Albert butt Brian Higgins dialed and Brian Higgins butt dialed him back. Yes. All of the butts were dialing. All of the butts were butt dialing. So yes. Kat said breaking your SIM card is not suspicious at all. He said, no, if I was going to take out my SIM card, then I would break it. I don't know if that's going to help if they still have the phone. He's like, I didn't wipe the phone. Seamus James said 18 years. Apple SIM cards don't store data on iPhones. And this is 2022. Like, when did we switch to the digital SIM card? I'm just, it's so confusing. Caroline B said reasonable doubt was already lurking the chat since the beginning, but this shit gets better and better thanks to our good friend Fuckery. I truly cannot see any way for the Commonwealth to overcome it anymore. There are a lot of insinuations. I have questions. I don't know how the jury will feel. I mean, this witness saying, I didn't destroy it till after the order was denied. Does that help, though? At this point, does that help? Because the butt dialing is so preposterous that I don't know if it helps that you didn't do it till then or you didn't do it till now. I don't know if any of that helps. So, yeah, it's just absolutely wild. Roy said, I am not a Fed, but I worked with Feds and we are trained on acceptable use every single year. Most government agents are. I can't imagine ATF agents wouldn't be. We were at the DA's office. Like, I can't imagine that he wouldn't have been, which is why his lawyer was there, right? If he deletes text, can they just impeach him with Karen's phone? Yes, they can. If there were deleted text, they can, but they haven't brought out any of that yet. Brian Higgins used an FBI kiosk as a witness, not a law enforcement officer. Wendy, he used his position as a law enforcement officer to access the kiosk because he wanted to, but he was not in an official capacity and he absolutely shouldn't have done that. For those of you saying, could he be prosecuted for that? Yeah, I mean, it's happening in California right now. with a member of one of the bosses at the DA's office recently got indicted. It happens. It's a misuse of government resources. So could that be something he's charged for? Yeah, it could be. Did he answer those questions on the stand? Kind of. Not all the way, but kind of. He didn't answer if he knew it was a problem, but he answered that he accessed that kiosk. So we'll see. Haley said, what if the shit has escaped the horse? And that's the thing. The prosecution keeps objecting early, and the judge allows the defense to finish their question. So the court has continuously let the defense finish their question. Even if the objection is sustained, the jury can't consider it. Questions are not evidence. But how, after 4 weeks, do you parse what you've heard in a question versus what you've heard in an answer? It's incredibly difficult to do. Incredibly difficult to do. Kentucky said, it's clear to me that none of these witnesses thought this case would go this far. From selective amnesia to flat out lying under oath, they don't think Karen would fight for this. And then said terrible human beings. The testimony here has been wild. And I don't know where we're going to go. Outside the Box said, I've watched 5 trials gavel to gavel with you. This one is a brain scratcher. Who, what, where, when, why? Same. Because it seems like the defendant's relationship wasn't great, but the things in those text messages indicate that their relationship wasn't great. But it doesn't indicate anything more than either she was maybe willing to step out or wanted attention from someone else or both. But their relationship wasn't perfect. And she might have been stepping out. And I imagine that the testimony was tremendously hurtful to the victim's niece and nephew, to the victim's parents. I imagine it was tremendously harmful testimony to the victim's friends and families. I don't know if the jury's going to, other than just being like, ew, if the jury is going to say, but does that mean you did the thing? Because we still don't know how the victim died. So it's really hard to equate the two. And then with all of nobody ever answered their phone that shows on their phone records they were answered. It's real hard. It's just real hard to get beyond all of it. It's a fucking soap opera soaked in alcohol at this point. Brandy Rose, I'm sorry, what? Some of the best testimony in this trial. I'm sorry, what? I had to say thank you for your redirection. Your dedication in covering this with the law nerds, even when it means a late night for you. Reminds me of Friday Night Live days. I missed Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live was always very fun. And then, school schedules makes things change. Anna Anand said she was mad that the phone wasn't going both ways, so she tried to make him jealous at the waterfall. Maybe. By the way, I butt dialed my son 2 nights ago with an iPhone. Jen, here's the thing that would be helpful to know about these iPhones. If we had the physical phone, you could see if the phone was on and unlocked, then it's more possible. But if the phone is not unlocked and the phone is on your nightstand asleep, or you're asleep, you can't. If you're doing things on your phone and your phone's unlocked, then maybe. But we don't know because we don't have the phones. Jenny said, this is the first time I've sobbed. This man died. These people, what the hell is wrong with them? Well, they're thinking about them now. Why is everything so screwed up and video missing? I don't know. So I don't have a determination on what's going on with Karen Reed yet. We don't have enough evidence for me to determine anything other than there is fuckery. But I am really sad for the victim's friends, family, niece, nephew. He looks directly at the judge to get objections. Well, the judge can't object, Anthony, but he was looking at the judge. I thought he was looking at the judge to see if he was going to have to answer. But yes, he was. Maybe he butt swiped his key card. Maybe. My anxiety thanks you and hates this all at the same time. Tawana Montoya, being left on cliffhangers day after day is hard. And the jury's probably looking forward to a break. Sassy J in the UK, thank you for the gifted memberships. I'm looking forward to a break. I bet you guys are looking forward to a break. And next week, I've got a ton of stuff going on. So it's going to be a busy, busy weekend for me. Oh, and we've got to still do quick bits. That's not happening. It's 8 o'clock. Katie Frawls, even when objection is sustained, can the jury still think about it? They're not supposed to, because questions aren't evidence. Only the answer is evidence. They're not supposed to. Can you explain shits out of the horse, i.e. the actual impression it has? Sometimes it sticks. Sometimes the questions are left. But also, I think the defense is going to back some of these things up, or at least they should, because if the defense leaves a ton of insinuation and leaves that insinuation hanging, then doesn't back it up, it can leave a bad taste in the jury's mouth that, okay, but you're just insinuating things. But the things that aren't being insinuated, there are things that are crystal clear. The phone records say what they say. And everybody's like, well, it wasn't me. Look, the shaggy defense isn't going to do it here for these witnesses. And that alone is enough. So, Lady Die 2 said the feed you were on cut out. They went to sidebar and kept it on. Karen went to that as well and need an explanation, please. I think we got the explanation from what the court TV said, and Pinky Mingo said it as well, that the witness will not be able to finish the cross. So that's why the judge was moving on. Bertie said, how can the judge limit Alan Jackson's number of questions? Because it was the end of the day and the court operates on a hard stop and it can all resume on Tuesday. But now we know why Alan was pushing so hard to finish is because he, it seems, is not going to be there on Tuesday. I've never missed a day of trial. That's wild. But he gets time to do that. Atomic Fox, thank you. Thank you guys for all the incredibly kind words, the gifted memberships. I tried to get to all of the gifted memberships. I don't know if I did. I am tired. I'm sure you are tired. For those of you that are in the US, I hope you have a good long weekend. Law Nerds, I am tired. I don't think we're doing a quick bits on Monday because it's a long weekend. I have to talk to the team. I don't remember. I will let you know in the Law Nerd app when we decide what time I am streaming on Tuesday. It will be another stream like this where it will start late and then zoom through the day. And that is the only day of court. I don't know if I will. I don't know. I don't know if I will do that or if I will break it up into 2 bits. I will talk to the team and we will decide. But I am going to go find some dinner. I'm going to go scrounge some dinner. Chat, thank you for being here. You are the best. Law Nerds, you are bae. I appreciate you. Thank you for making this the #1 place to watch trials. It is. I couldn't do it without you. I enjoy being here and having these conversations with you. This one is wild. We're at the end of 4 weeks. And I have way more questions than answers. And we're getting back into Brian Higgins' testimony on Tuesday. So buckle up. And I will see you on Tuesday. Law Nerds, let's roll. I'll see you then. Bye. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media. And don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.